and Lin was already confident that he would win. The power of light was indeed very powerful, and the grand primordium light had indeed been his nightmare at one point in time. In fact, it had even pierced through his chaotic alloy brick and the vermilion bird mirror. However, what did that matter? Right now, he was already unafraid. Ha! Hang on. The vermilion bird mirror? And Lin fell deep into thought as he silently retrieved the heavily damaged vermilion bird from his storage ring. Little vermilion bird, are you still okay? No, I'm not. I've already died. An emotionless voice traveled over, and Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. A feeling of guilt then overcame him, and he said, "Things were urgent just then, so I had no choice but to do that. I truly put you through a lot of trouble." The vermilion bird mirror remained silent, and Lin gently stroked the penetrated surface of the mirror, causing countless shards of the broken mirror to rapidly converge in the air. These shards then surprisingly landed back on the broken surface of the vermilion bird mirror. A wave of darkness swept across the surface of the mirror, completely enveloping it. In just the blink of an eye, however, this darkness retreated again. What appeared before everyone was a smooth and flawless mirror. There was no sign of fracture or damage. How did he repair it? Lu Jin asked. His eyes were wide with surprise. This has already exceeded the bounds of my knowledge, He Shi replied. She also wore an expression of astonishment and daze. Was this darkness all-powerful? Could even act as glue? Moreover, this was a glue that was transcendent above even divine tools, which were themselves already incredibly transcendent. Humph! Even if you repair me, the relationship between us will be much more difficult to repair, the little vermilion bird said in a childish and indignant voice, and Lin simply smiled in reply. He then placed the vermilion bird mirror back into his storage ring. After doing this, he turned his gaze toward the infinite expanse of light in the east. "Let's go. Let's meet up with the so-called heavenly light goddess," he said to the companions beside him. Everyone's expression became serious. The battlefield over there had already become incredibly dangerous. Those who were weaker than God of Creation stage divine beings could no longer interfere in that battle. In fact, even God of Creation stage divine beings would face the risk of death. The sea of light in the distance suddenly shrunk in size. Rumble, an emotion of grief suddenly swept through heaven and earth. The entire sky became red, and a rain of blood started to fall. The true demon realm more so became a solemn and dark red color, with remorseful cries ringing over the sky. It was as if this realm were sobbing. What in the world is happening? Lu Jin asked. His eyes were wide with shock. This phenomenon has not only enveloped the entire Taichu continent, but it's even exceeded the barriers of this world and spread toward the limitless realm of stars. Perhaps this is a new phenomenon of the heavenly Tao, Patriarch Zhu Yin said. He was also feeling extremely puzzled. In the next instant, however, an essence vanished from existence, and the announcement of a divine being's death started to travel through the entire Taichu continent, and then the entire universe. The great Tao of heaven and earth was wailing in grief. This was a feeling of grief that was even greater and more profound than what was expressed following the death of a Tao integration stage cultivator. At this moment, a feeling of boundless grief also welled up in the hearts of trillions upon trillions of beings. Cyril, the paramount god of the true demon tribe, had died. The members of the true demon tribe all wailed in inconsolable grief. Demon Emperor Cu Morso wore a dazed and staggered expression. There was disbelief in his eyes, and he stammered, "And no, Lord Cyril, this is impossible." Demon Lord Ling Gu fell to his knees, and he already couldn't help but burst into hysterical sobbing. He had always revered Cyril, and he had always viewed Cyril as a belief. However, he hadn't imagined that such a powerful man would also die. He had great trouble accepting this reality. In fact, everyone in the Taichu continent had great difficulty accepting this reality. Even the enemies of the heaven-crushing sect, such as the Blood Tribe and the Void Spirit Tribe, didn't dare to believe this reality. They had speculated that Cyril would be defeated, but they certainly hadn't imagined that he would be killed. He had reached the pinnacle of the god of creation stage, and he was the most powerful being of the true demon tribe. He was more so the first heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, and he was the leader in the act of crushing the heavens. Yet he had died just like that? And Lin was transfixed with shock. He hadn't had many interactions with Cyril, yet he could still be considered as somewhat of a friend. They were more so strong and resolute allies. And Lin hadn't sparred with Cyril before, but he fully understood that Cyril was definitely an unparalleled being who could peer down at the entire Tai Chu continent, founding the heaven-crushing sect, obliterating the heavenly Tao, and ultimately becoming the new heavens. Regardless of whether it was his ambition or power, no one in the world could rival him. However, such a mighty being had actually died just like that. This was far too sudden. So much so that it gave everyone no time to react. And Lin had already dealt with the situation here, and he was already preparing to rush over to offer assistance. No, if Cyril has already died, then Chun. And Lin's heart shuddered, and he immediately shouted, "We need to hurry up and rush over." Boom! And Lin transformed into a burst of black light that soared through the air as he dashed toward the Purple Star ruins at an overwhelming speed. In fact, he was so quick that even spatial skipping was no match for him. The gods of creation divine beings also came to their senses. They immediately suppressed their feelings of grief as they followed behind Lin, rapidly rushing toward the Purple Star ruins. Nuwa held onto Little Hong Ling as she also followed behind. However, Little Hong Ling was unable to resist the feeling of grief that was permeating through heaven and earth, and her large and limpid eyes were already brimming with tears. Her hands were tightly gripping onto Nuwa's sleeves, and it was clear that she was extremely terrified. Nuwa was also feeling extremely heavy-hearted at this moment. She had never imagined that Cyril would die. Moreover, he had actually been killed by the heavenly light goddess. Just how powerful had the heavenly light goddess become? Things were spinning out of control not only for the heaven-crushing sect but also for the heaven-mending sect. It was hard to say whether they would also be targeted by the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue and Tao Lord Luya also rushed over with everyone else. Although they couldn't participate in the battle, this was, after all, a battle that would decide the fate of the Tai Chu continent. Thus, they regarded this battle with utmost importance. Who would have thought? In the end, the being who had the most chance of transcending the god of creation stage died just like that. How tragic! The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue said as he continued to shake his head. Even though he failed, Cyril still deserves our respect, Tao Lord Luya said with a shake of his head. He looked at the nearby heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue and continued. Even though he wanted to become the heavens for himself, part of his motivation was definitely for the sake of the Tai Chu continent. To die for the sake of the Tai Chu continent. In terms of this, neither you nor I can match him. The heavenly lord of Tao and Virtue nodded upon hearing this. It was clear that he agreed with Tao Lord Luya. They enjoyed a limitless lifespan, and they could exist beyond the realms of the world. On the surface, it was as if they were under no restrictions or constraints. In the end, however, they didn't dare to interfere simply because they had too many concerns about their own safety. However, Cyril was different. He wanted to create a different ending. Even though he had failed, and even though he had died, he had still done something that few other God of Creation stage divine beings dared to do. This was a legend that would definitely be passed down. In the Purple Star ruins. This was where the rain of blood was most intense. A feeling of grief and sorrow enveloped this entire region. The members of the heaven-crushing sect were all red-eyed with grief. In fact, they were facing mental collapse, and their tears were uncontrollable as they dazedly stared at the scenes before them. The headless body of a demon that measured tens of millions of feet in length stood there, with a sword in his hand. The dazzling demon Tao sword had already broken in half. The headless body was more so filled with countless glaring and bloody wounds, with millions upon trillions of gashes riddled all over. The bones in the hands and legs of this body had more so been crushed into fine powder. Even so, this body still didn't fall. It still stood tall and proud, bathing in the downpour of blood rain. This headless and lifeless body was none other than Cyril, whose essence had already been extinguished. The rain of blood was heavy and unyielding. The heavenly light goddess, who stood 10 million feet in height, revealed her jade-like and flawless body as she held the colossal head of a true demon. She wore a faint smile, and she was like a victor as she turned to the youth in the linen garb. "Now, it's your turn." It was impossible to describe the grief and anguish of the members of the heaven-crushing sect at this moment. Cyril was the first heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, and he was one of the two main pillars of the heaven-crushing sect. Yet, right before their very eyes, such an invincible man had actually been killed. However, even though their grief was immeasurable, the members of the heaven-crushing sect still furiously funneled all of their powers into the heaven-crushing spell formation. They couldn't forget the final words of that towering and mighty man. In the last moments of his life, he had said to them, "Continue to battle." Indeed, continue to battle. Cyril had died in battle. Even though the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao had already shattered his most powerful sword, even though the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao had already slashed off his head, even though countless rays of grand primordium light had already erupted throughout his body, and even though the heavenly light goddess had already revealed her true body to extinguish his essence, he still didn't fall. Even until death, he was still standing. He used his body of tens of millions of feet in height to block Xianxia behind him. He was like a colossal mountain. He was like a colossal mountain that was doing everything it could to protect those behind him. As the most powerful member of the heaven-crushing sect, he was using his life to display the willpower of the heaven-crushing sect. Indeed, Cyril had already sacrificed his life to tell them what to do. So how could they shirk or retreat? How could they give up? Persist. Don't disappoint heavenly disciple Cyril, the ancient dragon empress shouted. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she roared, "Crush the heavens!" The members of the heaven-crushing sect furiously unleashed their powers into the heaven-crushing spell formation beneath them. Crush the heavens! Crush the heavens! Crush the heavens! Black-veined patterns suffused through the sky. The heaven-crushing spell formation had already entered its final stages. However, in the eyes of the heavenly light goddess, the heaven-crushing spell formation was as weak and brittle as could be. She could obliterate the heaven-crushing glazed palace with a casual swing of her palm. At that time, the heaven-crushing spell formation would also implode by itself. Of course, before she obliterated the heaven-crushing glazed palace, she had to dispose of the second enemy who could threaten her. The heavenly light goddess held the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao in one hand and Cyril's head in the other hand as she turned her gaze toward the youth who was currently suffering a backlash from the heavenly Tao. A faint smile spread across her face, and she said, "Now, it's your turn." The backlash from the heavenly Tao had already pushed Xianxia's body to the verge of collapse. His face was drenched in blood. His head was lowered, and there was anguish on his face. He wasn't feeling sorrow because of his own fate. Rather, Cyril's death was indeed something that caused him to experience inconsolable grief. Xianxia was extremely talented in reading people, and he knew that Cyril was truly a mighty being who cared about the fate of the continent. He was a true friend. Yet Cyril had died before him just like that. Even in death, however, Cyril still thought about protecting him. Even though Xianxia had already diluted most of his emotions, he was still extremely touched at this moment. He gazed at the body that stood before him. This body was like a colossal divine mountain that protected him from enemies. The 100 swords that had pierced into this body had already shattered and broken, losing their original might and luster. Meanwhile, the rain of blood continued to fall, pitter-pattering onto the body that was riddled with glaring wounds. This was a moving yet tragic scene. "Cyril, our plan?" Xianxia took a deep breath before saying in a resolute voice, "Still hasn't failed." As he said this, it was as if he had suppressed the profound backlash that was descending from the heavenly Tao. A powerful aura surged forth from his body and converged onto the tip of the black and white heaven-crushing spear, which then viciously stabbed even deeper into the sky. Boom! The heavenly Tao was comprehensively shattered by the black and white spear. "You're seeking death." The heavenly light goddess roared in a wild rage. She made a pointing motion at Chun-Chin. Like a golden white sword from beyond this world, a beam of grand primordium light illuminated the crimson sky and pierced through the rain of blood as it mercilessly shot toward Chun-Chen's head. In his current state, Chun-Chen had no way of blocking this strike. "Xiao Hong!" An aloof and clear voice suddenly cried. "Purple Star Heaven-Crushing Armor, activate." It was as if a new sun were rising above heaven and earth. A dazzling woman suddenly appeared before Chun-Chen. Her figure was slender, and her stunningly beautiful face exhibited a flawless combination of charm and innocence. On top of her red clothes, there was a layer of peculiar armor that was radiating with a soft purple glow. "Xiao Hong, the young and beautiful female warrior of the Purple Star, has arrived," the young woman cried. With a soft shout, a shield of divine light that spun like a whirlpool burst forth from her hands. At the same time, brilliant rays of purple divine light erupted from her armor and enveloped this shield of divine light, causing it to become even sturdier and more powerful. Boom! As rays of grand primordium light struck the shield, it sent halos of energy exploding into the surroundings. The grand primordium light then entered the domain of the purple divine light, causing it to dissipate at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. As the rays of grand primordium light crashed into the spinning shield of divine light, the shield couldn't help but creak and crumble. Warning! The enemy's power has already exceeded the endurable limit of the equipment. A deafening explosion suddenly reverberated through the sky. The suit of Purple Star battle armor that Xiao Hong was wearing suddenly burst apart. At the same time, she also spat a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying back by the devastating power of the collision. The rays of grand primordium light disappeared, yet the young woman in red still stood in the sky. She wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth before spreading her arms apart with a resolute expression, blocking Chun-Chen behind her. Her voice was cold as she said, "I won't allow you to attack Master's friend." Chun-Chen faltered upon seeing this. He was slightly astonished as he gazed at the young woman before him, and he said, "You're the 4-9 Immortal Sect's Xiao Hong?" The members of the heaven-crushing sect were all stunned upon hearing this. This young woman is clearly at the Tao integration stage, yet she actually managed to block the heavenly light goddess grand primordium light? Heavens! Just what kind of freak is she? The 4-9 Immortal Sect's Xiao Hong? The only person to have reached the Tao integration stage through comprehending the Tao of light? Sure enough, the 4-9 Immortal Sect is filled with freakish talents. Not only were they astounded, but even the heavenly light goddess was slightly surprised. However, she only took a quick glance at Xiao Hong before quickly turning her gaze elsewhere. Standing above the clouds was another woman in white. This woman gave her a slight feeling of danger. "Humph, you're merely taking advantage of external matters and your affinity with the power of light. You can block me once, but can you block me a second time?" The heavenly light goddess said as she turned her gaze back toward Xiao Hong. She immediately launched another attack at the young woman in red, who was already severely wounded. However, Xiao Hong was completely unafraid. Instead, a faint smile appeared on her face, and she said, "I don't need to block you a second time. After all, I still have my master." A ray of grand primordium light illuminated and pierced through all matter as it shot toward Xiao Hong. Rumble, waves of darkness suddenly descended from the sky, landing on top of the ray of grand primordium light and completely enveloping it. Not a single wisp of light was let out. The heavenly light goddess expression suddenly changed. She turned around, only to see a man who was striding over on an expanse of boundless darkness. A black divine halo rapidly spun behind him, and a devastating divine might was radiating from his body, suppressing the entire world. At this moment, his fist was mercilessly smashing toward her face. Boom! A profound and boundless darkness blotted out heaven and earth. At this instant, apart from the heavenly light goddess body, the entire world fell into darkness. This boundless darkness then instantly converged into a colossal fist of darkness that measured tens of millions of feet in width. This fist violently tore through the heavenly light goddess rays of grand primordium light before ferociously hammering into her chest. There was another deafening and earth-shattering explosion. The heavenly light goddess' holy and powerful body actually caved in under the formidable power of the punch. Her colossal body of 10 million feet in height was sent flying backward. To the shock and disbelief of the billions upon trillions of beings, she then tumbled across the ground before finally coming to a rest after slamming into Cyril's lifeless body. The members of the heaven-crushing sect were all baffled upon seeing this. Not in their wildest dreams had they imagined that the formidably powerful heavenly light goddess would actually be sent flying by a single punch. The ancient dragon empress was overcome with emotion as she cried, "It's Enlin! Heavenly disciple Enlin has returned." The members of the heaven-crushing sect also came to their senses at this moment. As they gazed at the domineering man in the sky, tears of passionate emotion started to brim in their eyes. It was as if a ray of light had beamed down during their darkest moment. It's truly heavenly disciple Enlin. Wonderful, he's finally returned. But that's the heavenly light goddess. Who would have thought that Enlin is actually this powerful? Heavenly disciple Enlin, I beg of you. You definitely have to exact revenge for heavenly disciple Cyril. The members of the heaven-crushing sect were delighted by Enlin's overwhelming power. Regardless of whether it was Cyril's death or Enlin's stunning arrival, these were all unique means of encouraging and motivating them. A slight hint of consolation appeared on Chan Chen's face when he saw Enlin, and he said, "Enlin, I knew you were a trustworthy person." "No, I still came late," Enlin said in a soft voice as he gazed at the towering but headless demonic body. Meanwhile, the heavenly light goddess crashed into the ground and slammed into Cyril's body. As she did so, the head in her hand flew out and rolled to the feet of the demonic body. Its eyes that were filled with vigor and battle intent stared at the heavenly light goddess, and it was as if it were silently taunting her. At the mention of Cyril, Chun Chun couldn't help but feel downcast. The black and white heaven-crushing spear in his hand once again pierced into the heavenly Tao in a ruthless manner. The heavenly Tao was already shattered, so as long as they comprehensively annihilated it, they would be able to complete the final step of crushing the heavens. Damn it! What three supreme heavenly gods! They can't even hold the heavenly darkness god back. In fact, they even allowed him to undergo a transformation and become more powerful. The heavenly light goddess said in a cold voice as she picked herself up from the ground. Sure enough, allies and whatnot are all unreliable. Rays of grand primordium light, light that had shone at the birth of chaos, started to erupt from her body that measured 10 million feet in height. It was as if the sun had risen from the east again. Moreover, this was alike the most primal sun. A sun that possessed the ability to nurture all matter and pierce through all matter. Enlin, you've obtained the true power of darkness. But do you really think this is enough to oppose me? Rays of brilliant light erupted from the heavenly light goddess body, and it was as if she had become a colossal statue of gold that was towering amid heaven and earth. She was like the culmination of holiness, purity, and beauty, as well as a feeling of boundless hope. She covered the entire heaven and earth of the Tai Chu continent with a sheen of boundless light. In fact, each ray of light that she emitted was filled with hopes and possibilities, and it was as if they contained the most primal origins of all matter. It was as if they were the most foundational building blocks of all things and matter. This was the grand primordium light, a light that possessed the most transcendent energy. At the same time, it also possessed the most devastating power of destruction, a power that could either purify or eliminate any matter that it came into contact with. At this moment, this light was flooding throughout the entire Tai Chu continent. The heavenly light goddess figure was flawless, and it was as if she didn't possess any offensive prowess at all. However, the intangible might that was gathered around her was powerful enough to crush billions upon billions of beings. As he faced the formidable heavenly light goddess, Enlin slowly removed his hairpin, allowing his jet-black hair to billow in the wind. He appeared extremely unrestrained and unruly. His expression remained calm, and as he gazed at the increasingly intense rays of light, His eyes remained as dark as the purest of black gems. "Whether I can oppose you or not, we'll only find out after we fight," he said in a calm voice. His halo of darkness started to spin rapidly. With Enlin as its origin, thick darkness started to permeate into the surroundings. However, these waves of darkness were overwhelming, and they surprisingly possessed the ability to sweep through the entire continent. This was absolute darkness, a darkness that could engulf and eliminate all matter. This was a darkness that couldn't be penetrated by light. It started to fight for territory with the grand primordium light. The grand primordium light that was able to purify and pierce through all matter stabbed into the waves of absolute darkness. However, it was completely unable to penetrate this darkness. This was because this darkness had already transcended the realm of matter. In fact, it had become an absolute and paramount notion, one that represented eternal void and finality. When all matter ceased to exist, the world would naturally fall into the boundless darkness. This was in stark contrast to the grand primordium light, which possessed the ability to birth and nurture all matter. The ability of this darkness was to eliminate all matter. At this moment, the supreme heavenly darkness power and the supreme heavenly light power finally collided together. Rumble! Even the great Tao of heaven and earth started to quake and fracture under the magnificent power of this collision. This conflict between light and darkness had already exceeded the realm of existence of all matter in this continent. In fact, the billions upon billions of beings could only see an expanse of light crashing against an expanse of darkness. The light would sometimes enjoy the advantage, and the darkness would sometimes take over and engulf more than half of the territory. This was a conflict that flooded the entire heaven and earth. No one knew the exact situation of the battle. In fact, they were unable to even see Enlin or the heavenly light goddess clearly. All they could see was an expanse of light and an expanse of darkness. Light and darkness collided and fought just like that. They were like a signal that indicated the future direction of the Taichu continent. Either light would dominate heaven and earth, or darkness would become the ruler. This battle was shockingly similar to the heavenly light goddess battle against Cyril. The members of the heaven-crushing sect were filled with worry and apprehension. What if, when the rays of light disappeared, all that remained in heaven and earth was Enlin's lifeless and ice-cold corpse? However, Enlin didn't disappoint them. There existed a quality of eternity in his darkness, and this allowed him to enjoy an invincible position. Regardless of how he was suppressed by the grand primordium light, he couldn't be destroyed or killed. In fact, he would even slowly eat away at the rays of light and fight his way back. Right at this moment, the heavenly light goddess voice once again echoed throughout the world. Tao reigns supreme, and light and darkness fall thereafter. Your darkness belongs to the same level as my grand primordium light, so both will coexist at the same time. Neither of us can defeat each other. However, this is all built upon the foundation of equal standing. But I possess a weapon that can shatter this equilibrium. As she said this, a sword materialized before her and directly soared into the sky. This was the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. This was a sword that possessed an ancient heavenly Tao, and it was a sword that possessed a formidable and galaxy-level offensive power. Its sharpness was devastating, and it could directly elevate the power of the grand primordium light to a significant degree. It has appeared, the heavenly light goddess sword. The members of the heaven-crushing sect yelped in alarm and astonishment. Even though the world was already engulfed in light and darkness, they could still distinctly see that peculiar sword from amid the boundless expanse of light. This sword was unleashing its peerless radiance, one at which the billions upon billions of beings could only gape at in awe. The members of the heaven-crushing sect were all well aware that this was the sword that had defeated heavenly disciple Cyril. Whether heavenly disciple Enlin could block this attack or not, they had no idea at all. The transcendent and ethereal sword of light started to pierce toward the expanse of darkness. Gradually, it tore the eternal and indestructible expanse of darkness into two from the middle. It was as if it were going to cleave the entire expanse of darkness into two. It was like the light of dawn cracking above the horizon, bringing an end to the long and dark night. The billions upon billions of spectators couldn't help but exclaim and cry in astonishment upon seeing this. Meanwhile, the members of the heaven-crushing sect also felt as if their hearts were being torn apart together with the darkness. They couldn't help but start to shout Enlin's name. This was a battle filled with ebbs and flows. The expanse of darkness was still enjoying an advantage just then. Yet, following the appearance of the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao, it was now being torn into two halves. Moreover, the rays of light were still emanating, and it was as if they yearned to comprehensively pierce through the expanse of darkness and transform the entire world into a sea of light. At this moment, Enlin finally experienced the level of power that Cyril had faced. The boundless rays of light brought upon him a boundless and overwhelming feeling of pressure. Not only were these rays of light invincible, but they were also infinite in number. There was simply no way to block them. This was an attack that could instill despair into all God of Creation stage divine beings. Meanwhile, the appearance of the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao more so allowed the offensive power of the heavenly light goddess to reach an unfathomable state, one in which she was capable of easily obliterating her opponent's defenses. Even Enlin's eternal darkness was no exception. Enlin could sense the sword. This was a sword with no beginning and end, and it was a sword that was sharp enough to slice through all matter. It was a sword that was carrying a crushing might as it slashed at his body. At this moment, Enlin felt as if he weren't facing a sword anymore. Instead, it was as if he were facing a universe that was brimming with destruction and despair. Moreover, this was a universe that was surging toward him and seeking mutual destruction. The devastating nature of the heavenly light goddess attack completely exceeded Enlin's imagination. If he hadn't undergone a transformation, he would have already been dead. Now, however, there was not a hint of fear on Enlin's face. Instead, there was an intense glimmer in his eyes. The damaged sword of the heavenly Tao sliced through the expanse of darkness, forcing Enlin to show himself again. Everyone's heart leaped into their throat, and they were all as anxious as could be. It was as if their hearts were about to stop beating. Meanwhile, they were also curious as to how Enlin would manipulate his darkness to block this devastating attack. However, to their astonishment, he actually removed the halo of darkness from behind him, as if he were wielding a chakram. Enlin then tossed this halo of darkness toward the slashing sword. "You have your damaged sword of the heavenly Tao, and I have my 9-essence ring of darkness." Boom! A colorful and glistening darkness exploded into the surroundings. The collision between the two weapons instantly obliterated the void in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. The darkness collided into the peerless damaged sword of the heavenly Tao and forced it to a complete stop. At the same time, unimaginable energy collisions continued to erupt at the point of contact between the two weapons. The heavenly light goddess expression changed slightly. Things shouldn't have ended up like this. After all, this was her most powerful attack. It shouldn't have been blocked like this. After fusing together with the boundless sea of grand primordium light, the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao had even been formidable enough to defeat Cyril, someone whose combat capability stood at the peak of the Tai Chu continent, in a single strike. However, not only was the 9-essence ring of darkness undestroyed, but it was even rapidly spinning against and cutting at her sword. It wanted to shatter the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao into two halves. The sword was composed of light, and the ring was composed of darkness. Once again, their collision became like a painting that would forever be engraved in the memory of the Tai Chu continent. This was a magnificent and stunning sight. Enlin and the heavenly light goddess came to another standstill. This wasn't the result that the heavenly light goddess was looking for. In fact, something else that she more so didn't want to see also occurred at this moment. A coiling azure dragon ripped through the grand primordium light, and a 5-colored vermilion bird beat its wings as it soared through the sky, bringing with it a force of millions upon billions of tons. This vermilion bird then slammed into the heavenly light goddess chest. God of Creation stage divine technique, heaven-shattering dragon and vermilion bird. Su Xiaolan unleashed her full power as she launched her most powerful attack at the heavenly light goddess. With all of her firepower focused on Enlin, the heavenly light goddess had naturally forgotten about Su Xiaolan, who could, with great effort, withstand her grand primordium light. Boom! The vermilion bird smashed into her first, and the azure dragon followed soon after. With an irresistible might, the two beasts forcefully smashed into the heavenly light goddess body that measured 10 million feet in height. Ferocious flickers of essential power exploded into the surroundings. These were devastating collisions, and the heavenly light goddess couldn't help but stumble back as a heart-wrenching pain engulfed her chest. It was also at this moment that Tina arrived before her, with the divine mirror world sword in her hand, unleashing countless different types of essential powers. This is the final battle. Allow me to borrow all of your powers. Tina's golden hair billowed in the air, and her emerald green eyes reflected all matter in the divine mirror world. However, no matter where she looked, all that she could see was the majestic and domineering heavenly light goddess. At this moment, not only did the essential power of the divine mirror world fuse together with her divine mirror world sword, but even the essential power of He Shi, Tianyi, and the other god of creation stage divine beings from the divine mirror world started to erupt and fuse into her divine mirror world sword. This sword didn't simply represent Tina's absolute combat capability. It was more so an ultimate culmination of the entire divine mirror world's top-notch combat capability. The divine mirror world sword was like the sky, and the essential power within it was like the sea. It was as if countless divine beings were wielding this sword as it viciously swung down at the heavenly light goddess. Rip! A gash appeared on the heavenly light goddess body. She retreated once again. This wasn't a severe wound, yet the standstill between her and Enlin was nonetheless still shattered at this moment. Su Xiaolan and Tina clearly possessed the power and ability to participate in this battle with the top echelon powerful beings. Moreover, the result of their participation was severe. Because of the heavenly light goddess distraction, the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao was also swatted aside by Enlin's 9 essence ring of darkness. The attack of this ring didn't stop here, and it left a trail of darkness behind it as it sliced through the sea of grand primordium light and continued to cut toward the retreating heavenly light goddess waist. Rip! A tearing sound reverberated across the void. The heavenly light goddess waist was sliced apart by darkness. The extreme rays of light within her attempted to purify the invading darkness. Yet the darkness was eternal and indestructible as it forcefully resisted the power of the light. Not only that, but the overwhelming power of the darkness even cut the expanse of light within the heavenly light goddess into 2 halves. To onlookers, it was as if the heavenly light goddess had been severed into 2 at the waist in the blink of an eye. This was an absolute drubbing. Rumble, darkness surged, violent and frenetic as it engulfed the weakened grand primordium light. Over half of heaven and earth was shrouded in darkness. Our combat capability is similar, and our weapons are also on equal standing. However, I'm still more powerful than you because I have the help of Xiaolan and Tina, and Lin said with a smug smile. He wielded his 9 essence ring of darkness, and he was about to cut the heavenly light goddess into pieces. However, the heavenly light goddess reaction speed was insane, and she dragged her damaged sword of the heavenly Tao back at an unfathomable speed before using it to block Enlin's deadly attacks. Meanwhile, Su Xiaolan and Tina approached her again, with one on each side as they started to launch sudden and disruptive attacks. However, the heavenly light goddess was surprisingly calm, and she was in no hurry to counterattack or exact revenge. Instead, she simply focused on defending herself and stabilizing her own situation. At the same time, her severed body also knitted back together and healed under the peculiar powers of the grand primordium light. In fact, even the divine mirror beads and eternal darkness within her were comprehensively destroyed and purified. With Enlin, Su Xiaolan, and Tina attacking together, they naturally enjoyed an advantage over the lone heavenly light goddess. However, none of their attacks could wound her. Indeed, Enlin and his companions couldn't achieve victory. However, the heavenly light goddess didn't show any sign of joy either. The sky was still crumbling. The heavenly Tao was still descending into chaos and destruction. Enlin and the others weren't worried. They understood that as long as they held the heavenly light goddess back, victory would ultimately belong to them. It shouldn't be like this. I've already transformed and reached the pinnacle of all power. This isn't the result that I seek. A hint of agitation and fury spread across the heavenly light goddess face. The fury of the heavens, the pain of the heavens, and the grief of the heavens. Things shouldn't conclude just like this. For the millions upon billions of beings to repent and remember. A resolute expression gradually spread across the heavenly light goddess' beautiful and flawless face. As she gazed at the 9-essence ring of darkness that was flying toward her once again, her damaged sword of the heavenly Tao that was raised to parry suddenly changed directions. The 9-essence ring of darkness slashed down. A gaping gash of darkness appeared across the heavenly light goddess' chest. The millions upon billions of onlookers were all wide-eyed with shock and disbelief. They had all witnessed an extremely peculiar and unfathomable scene. It wasn't because Enlin had severely wounded the heavenly light goddess. No, it was rather that the devastatingly powerful damaged sword of the heavenly Tao that was capable of annihilating all matter had suddenly pierced through the heavenly light goddess' heart. And the wielder of the sword was none other than the heavenly light goddess herself. Everyone was stunned upon seeing this. What's going on? Why did the heavenly light goddess suddenly stab herself? Good heavens! Is she seeking death out of frustration? Even if she knows that defeat is inevitable, there's no need to commit suicide on the spot, right? The heavenly light goddess definitely won't give up just like this. There's definitely more to this than meets the eye. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the colossal body of light that measured 10 million feet in height. After being run through by the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao, the body shuddered violently, and it coughed up a huge mouthful of golden blood. It was clear that it was severely wounded. The heavenly light goddess had truly stabbed herself with vicious intent, and Lin was dumbfounded upon seeing this. However, he naturally wouldn't give the heavenly light goddess an opportunity to do anything else, leaving a trail of pitch black behind it. His 9-essence ring of darkness ferociously slashed at her head. Since she was already severely wounded, he naturally had to deliver the killing blow. Since she sought death, he would grant her a comprehensive death. The heavenly light goddess looked up, only to see the ruthless and deadly attack. However, it was also at this moment that the divine halo of light above her head suddenly unleashed a radiance more brilliant than ever before. At the same time, her body rapidly shrunk in size, quickly becoming tens of thousands of times smaller than before. Meanwhile, the 9-essence ring of darkness had already torn through the void and arrived before her. This ring possessed a violent killing intent, a peerless sharpness, and an overwhelming darkness. If it were before, the defenseless heavenly light goddess would have already been sliced into two halves. At this instant, however, the heavenly light goddess raised her hand at an unimaginable speed, with her fingers closing as she tightly grabbed onto the rapidly spinning ring of darkness. Crack! As the ring of darkness scraped against the heavenly light goddess' palm, it erupted with explosive and expanding waves of darkness. In the next instant, however, these waves of darkness were all purified and suppressed by extremely powerful rays of light. The heavenly light goddess body continued to shrink, and it wasn't long before she reverted to the appearance of the moonlit night monarch. However, her dress had become golden, and her body-length hair had more so become golden white. Her aura rose explosively, and in the end, it reached a level that even Enlin could barely observe and fathom. Meanwhile, Enlin's most powerful attack, his 9-essence ring of darkness, had already been forcefully squeezed to a stop in the heavenly light goddess' hand. With her right hand, the heavenly light goddess removed the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao that had pierced through her chest. Her wound healed at a rate that was visible to the naked eye, and she once again returned to a state of perfection and flawlessness. At the same time, her devastating aura also retreated to within her. There was a faint glow around her, and it was as if she were bathed in the sunlight of spring. The millions upon billions of onlookers were filled with a sense of boundless hope and joy. What a beautiful and flawless person! This was everyone's first thought upon laying eyes on the heavenly light goddess. However, to Enlin and the others, the woman who was standing before them gave them a sense of boundless danger. In fact, they couldn't help but tremble in apprehension. They all understood what they were facing at this moment. They were facing the heavenly light goddess' true form of Tao. A myriad of peculiar phenomena materialized behind the woman. A myriad of realms, mountains and waters, all forms of living beings, wind, fire, thunder and light, the warping and progression of time, everything within and beyond Enlin's imagination appeared behind the woman before him. It was as if these phenomena encompassed all matter. It was as if these phenomena represented the true meaning of existence and the true meaning of this world. Crack! Enlin's 9-essence ring of darkness was suddenly crushed by the heavenly light goddess. With his essence weapon destroyed, Enlin naturally suffered a backlash as well. It was as if his internal organs were being ripped apart, and as he suffered these severe wounds, he couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. You severely wounded yourself to activate your true form of Tao? Enlin asked in a cold voice as he stabilized his wounds. That's right. Although I also have a chance of victory by fighting normally, I don't have the time to do so. I need to end this battle as soon as possible. The heavenly light goddess replied with a smile. She unclenched her hand to release the crushed halo of darkness before facing her palm toward the shattered sky and continuing in a calm voice. Halt there, shattering heavenly Tao. Her words were like a divine decree. This was a divine decree that instantly filled the sky with a pure sea of light. Under the radiance of this light, it was as if the heavenly Tao that was slowly descending toward destruction had been frozen in time. As if held in place by some intangible power, the fragments of the heavenly Tao surprisingly ceased to disintegrate. Just what kind of power is this? Xianxia, who was now leading the act of crushing the heavens, exclaimed in astonishment. He clearly understood that this power, which could stop the heavenly Tao from continuing to seek destruction, was far transcendent above the power of forcing the heavenly Tao toward destruction. Is this the pinnacle power of the supreme heavenly light goddess when the suppression of the heavenly Tao is at its lowest? Enlin murmured. His expression was slightly adrift as he gazed at this miraculous scene. Did the heavenly light goddess seek to turn the tide of the entire battle with her own power alone? In fact, he had to admit that she truly possessed the power to do so. Meanwhile, the heavenly light goddess gaze had already locked onto Xianxia. Enlin suddenly moved at this moment, with the evil-slaying sword in his hand unleashing a formidably powerful divine Tao of darkness. Vanquish the heavens and slay all evil, annihilation. An invisible ripple contorted the grand primordium light and directly slammed into the heavenly light goddess' head. Crack! The power of annihilation erupted, obliterating the grand primordium light within a radius of 100 feet and transforming the area into nothing but void. However, to Enlin's disbelief, that exquisite and flawless face was completely unscathed. The heavenly light goddess turned around to look at Enlin, with little emotion on her face. She then spread her fingers before making a grabbing motion at Enlin. Heavenly God technique, infinite light cage. Rays of crisscrossing and intertwining grand primordium light materialized around Enlin, forming an incredibly sturdy cage of light that completely enveloped him. Clang! Enlin's evil-slaying sword slashed into the cage, yet it was unable to leave even a single mark. This cage of light had no offensive power at all. Indeed, this cage was for nothing more than to contain the enemy. However, it was because it focused all of its power on containing the enemy that its sturdiness far exceeded Enlin's expectations. Enlin was completely unable to slash through this cage with his evil-slaying sword, even if he unleashed his sword of the heavenly Tao that was infused with his heavenly Tao of darkness. Obediently wait inside there, the heavenly light goddess said with a faint smile. Hurry up and release me. Let us battle to the death. Enlin roared in fury. As he shouted this, he summoned another 9-essence ring of darkness to ferociously attack the cage of light. However, his most powerful attack was unable to leave even the slightest of marks on the cage of light. Although this light was still the grand primordium light, The power contained within it was one that represented the first ray of light that had appeared upon the birth of the Taichu continent. This was the most fundamental light, a light that could birth countless hopes and possibilities. This light represented all matter in the world, and it represented the true meaning of the world. It represented the meaning of life for all living beings among heaven and earth. Not only was this a universal-level power, but it was the most top-notch and most fundamental universal-level power. In fact, this power was formidable enough to kill Enlin. However, the heavenly light goddess didn't do this. This was because she understood that Enlin still possessed another trump card. He could also sacrifice his life force to gain unimaginable power. Since that was so, she might as well unleash her true form of Tao to trap Enlin. This would be sufficient. Her decision was similar to what the heavenly life goddess had done before. However, the heavenly light goddess had done so as a last resort, while she had done so of her own volition. Enlin, there's nothing you can do. Obediently stay in there and enjoy my performance, the heavenly light goddess said as she glanced at the trapped Enlin. There was determination in her eyes as she spread her arms at the sky. Grand primordium light instantly suffused through the sky. The entire Taichu continent transformed into a world of boundless light. Enlin's mind whirred, yet he couldn't come up with any way to shatter the cage of light. He could only stare through the semi-transparent cage of light and be completely helpless as he watched the heavenly light goddess unleash her powerful spell techniques. Heavenly God technique, myriad realm light. It was as if the scenes from a myriad of realms were reflected in the heavenly light goddess' eyes as her golden white hair billowed in the air like strands of glowing and ethereal silk that connected all matter and all realms. An expanse of white enveloped the sky of the Taichu continent. The millions upon billions of onlookers were all overcome with a soothing sensation. However, at the same time that they felt soothed, they also felt as if a ray of light had already locked onto them. The feeling of being watched is truly a bad one, Tao Lord Luya said with a shake of his head. All light is at the disposal and command of the heavenly light goddess. It's infinite in number, and it's also boundless in reach. It has no beginning and it also has no end. This power is truly unfathomable. Is this truly a power that can be wielded by a body of awareness? Just what kind of monster has Pangu created? The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue exclaimed. He was also filled with shock and astonishment. The battle before him had already exceeded his wildest expectations. Even if he wanted to interfere, he didn't know from where to do so. The power of the heavenly light goddess had already ascended to a level that even the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue didn't dare to oppose or challenge. Chun Chen's expression changed once again. He discovered that the black and white heaven-crushing spear in his hand had already been enveloped in grand primordium light. This light was more so gradually eating away at the blade of the spear. Void of dust and light. His gaze became intense, and a power that was capable of annihilating the great Tao of heaven and earth gradually fused into the blade of the spear, rapidly decomposing the grand primordium light that had enveloped it. The heavenly light goddess frowned upon seeing this, and she swung her palm at Chun Chun. No one knew how this attack had pierced through space and void. However, when the palm-sized burst of grand primordium light reappeared, it had already torn through Chun Chen's spotless realm and viciously slammed into his chest. There was a resounding boom. A gaping and bloody palm-shaped wound appeared on Chun Chen's chest, and his body was more so sent crashing into the ground by the crushing power of the strike. With just a single strike, the heavenly light goddess had severely wounded the second heavenly disciple and sent him crashing into the ground. If you're disobedient, I'll have no option but to eliminate you, the heavenly light goddess said in a calm voice. Boom! A violent and thunderous rumble rolled across the sky. Without Chun Chen's support, the black and white heaven-crushing spear that was stabbed into the heavenly Tao also shuddered violently, showing signs of crumbling and disintegrating. Hurry! Maintain the operation of the heaven-crushing spell formation. We reached this step with such great difficulty, so we can't give up just like this, the ancient dragon empress shouted. She was trying to motivate the members of the heaven-crushing sect. At the same time, She also funneled all of her heaven-crushing true intent into the spell formation. Crush the heavens! Crush the heavens! Crush the heavens! The members of the heaven-crushing sect roared in unison, and they all gritted their teeth as they unleashed their full power into the spell formation, preventing the black and white heaven-crushing spear from crumbling. Even though they couldn't see hope, they still maintained their positions and resolutely participated in this final battle. Meanwhile, numerous powerful auras started to descend upon the heaven-crushing glazed palace. The undying divine monkey, the eight-winged holy angel, the dark fairy queen, and the demonic fiend celestial. It's the heavenly disciple candidates. They've come to maintain the heaven-crushing spell formation. A member of the heaven-crushing sect suddenly shouted. His eyes were red with emotion. Rest assured, I'll definitely battle and die alongside the heaven-crushing sect. The battling Buddha roared as he unleashed his incredible undying true intent. With Cyril before us, how can we be afraid to follow in his footsteps? Demon Emperor Siyu also roared. Even after becoming aware of the fact that their enemy was undefeatable, the powerful beings of the heaven-crushing sect still chose to step forward in battle. Their combined power fused into the heaven-crushing spell formation, and this power surprisingly stabilized the heaven-crushing spear that was bathed in grand primordium light and on the verge of destruction. Signs of revival returned to the spear. Pathetic resistance, the heavenly light goddess said with a shake of her head. With a wave of her hand, grand primordium light once again pierced through the void and slammed into the heaven-crushing spear. Golden light pierced into the spear, causing it to fracture as if it had suffered a strike from some petrifying power. Persist! Oh! The members of the heaven-crushing sect furiously unleashed their power in an attempt to stabilize the heaven-crushing spear. However, a screeching explosion eventually dragged them back into the brutal reality. The spear that held the hope of the heaven-crushing sect shattered into countless pieces, transforming into an orb of intertwining black and white energy as it exploded into the surroundings. A terrifying backlash followed thereafter, landing onto each person who was connected with the heaven-crushing spell formation. As if being crushed by a formidable hammer, they all vomited blood as they collapsed to the ground. The shattered sky transformed into a golden white color. In their eyes, however, this was a color of extreme despair. It's over. Our heaven-crushing spear has shattered. No. Are we going to lose just like this? We struggled to reach this point. Is the heavenly light goddess going to turn the tables just like this? As they faced the heavenly light goddess, a feeling of boundless helplessness welled up in their hearts. She was far too powerful. She was unfathomably powerful. Regardless of how hard they tried, the heavenly light goddess could still crush all of their hard work with a single strike, leaving not a single trace. And Lin, Tina shouted as she hurriedly dashed toward him. Her divine mirror world sword erupted with a brilliant radiance, and it was clear that she wanted to free Lin from the cage of light. Upon seeing this, the heavenly light goddess simply made a flicking motion at Tina. Countless rays of incredibly powerful grand primordium light instantly materialized around Tina. Tina tried to flap her wings to soar through these obstructions, yet the construction of this cage of light was far quicker than her, instantly becoming a powerful cage that severed her contact with all power. Roar! At the same time, a true dragon soared through the sky, accompanied by a 5-colored vermilion bird. They carried the dragon's sparrow essential flame, and in the instant that the heavenly light goddess targeted Tina, they furiously swooped down toward her. Boom! There was a devastating explosion as the two holy beasts slammed down in unison. This was an attack that was powerful enough to crush God of Creation stage divine beings. The transcendent and ethereal dragon's sparrow essential flame exploded apart, instantly transforming the surrounding heaven and earth into a pitch-black void. As she combusted the blood essence around her, the woman in jade unleashed her most powerful attack at the heavenly light goddess. However, amid the explosion and amid the pitch-black void, that ray of light was unwavering and undying. Its radiance was piercing, and its existence was undeniable. The heavenly light goddess had initially wanted to crush Su Xiaolan with a single strike, yet upon thinking of Lin, she simply waved her hand instead. She used the same cage of light to capture this woman who was powerful enough to astound the entire universe. After doing all this, the heavenly light goddess didn't deliver a killing blow to the heaven-crushing glazed palace. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the sky. After a brief moment, she then peered back down at the Taichu continent and the millions upon billions of beings that resided in it. She was like a paramount goddess peering down at the world. She was like an all-knowing and omnipotent goddess. She was like a goddess who could control all matter. Regardless of whether it was mere mortals or supremely powerful God of creation stage divine beings, none of them could pose a threat to her at this moment. She could do anything and everything she so desired. Now it's time for me to fulfill my duty. The heavenly light goddess voice was calm as she towered above the sky. The myriad of phenomena behind the heavenly light goddess started to fuse together with the world. Once her myriad realm light comprehensively fused together with the stunning phenomena behind her, her control over this heaven and earth would become even greater. Not only would she be able to see through all matter, but she would even be able to manipulate the entire world. The true form of Tao is even more powerful than I imagined, the heavenly light goddess said with a chuckle. She slowly raised her damaged sword of the heavenly Tao before continuing. In my current state, I can exterminate the entire human race with a single attack. The blade of her sword rang, and an unfathomable ray of light materialized across the entire Taichu continent. The sword intent of this ray of light crushed down toward the beings on the ground. The kingdom of the 9 states, the Buddhist kingdom of the West, the human territories in the boundless realm of stars, the Xianxia continent, Earth. Wherever humans existed, the light in the sky would transform into a terrifying sword projection that carried a crushing sword intent. An indescribable feeling of death instantly overcame every human in the universe. At this moment, the life and death of all humans were in the hands of this light. Regardless of whether it was the celestial the arch or a crying infant, there was not a single exception. Let my divine light shine through all realms. Golden blood slowly trickled down from the heavenly light goddess body, forming a golden divine seal before her. This was a seal that was intertwined with the light of all realms. A powerful connection started to materialize. At this moment, almost every single human in the Taichu continent knew that the heaven-crushing sect had lost. They didn't need anyone to tell them. Meanwhile, they were also facing imminent death. Some started to wail in grief, while others embraced those important to them. Some fled in wild fright, attempting to hide in some place where light couldn't shine. However, light was all-pervasive. Nuwa stood in the sky, and her expression was as grim as could be. She discovered that all of her worlds that housed humans, regardless of whether they were great worlds or small worlds, had been enveloped in a sheen of pure white light. Meanwhile, the might of the sword projections were continually accumulating. The heavenly light goddess yearns to kill all humans in a single breath? She can actually achieve such a feat? Just how is she so powerful? Nuwa discovered that she couldn't stop the infiltration of this light at all. Every single human in her worlds had become like a carp on a chopping board. When she saw the sword projection locking onto little Hong Ling, someone who had been favored by the heavenly Tao, a feeling of helplessness and despair more so welled up in her heart. The heavenly light goddess power had already far exceeded her imagination. Tao Lord Luya and the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue also wore solemn expressions as they gazed at this scene. They racked their brains for a solution, yet with the short time that they had, they were completely unable to come up with a solution to defend against the power of this light. Trapped inside the cage of light, and Lin could do nothing but helplessly stare at everything that was occurring around him. His only source of consolation was the fact that neither he nor Su Xiaolan had been locked onto by the sword projection. In fact, the heavenly light goddess even shot a meaningful glance at him, and it was as if she were suggesting something. Perhaps he and Su Xiaolan could be spared from this impending catastrophe. Perhaps he and Su Xiaolan could stay together, and perhaps they could even witness the birth of a new human race. However, was this truly the result that he desired? Life and death without sorrow, let the holy light become eternal. The heavenly light goddess stood above the sky, and her fingers were locked together as if in prayer. Her eyes were shut, and the divine seal before her suddenly lit up with a brilliant glow. "No, don't," Xianxia murmured as he forcefully suppressed the unimaginable pain from his severe wounds. He pressed his hands into the ground, and the vanishing heaven-crushing spell formation was suddenly rejuvenated with a dazzling light. Energy furiously gathered, once again transforming into a black and white heaven-crushing spear. The heavenly light goddess shot a cold glance at Xianxia before raising her slender foot and stamping down. Boom! Golden light rippled millions of kilometers into the surroundings. Countless wicked and jagged golden fractures instantly snaked across the boundless land, directly obliterating the heaven-crushing spell formation. Along with it, the black and white heaven-crushing spear was also crushed into pieces. A devastating backlash slammed into Xianxia, once again causing him to collapse to the ground with severe wounds. The heavenly light goddess had spent almost no effort to deal with him. The final hope of billions upon trillions of humans was brutally extinguished. Everyone descended into despair as they gazed at the sword projections in the sky. Sword projections that were seemingly about to sever their lives at any moment. They felt utter helplessness, and all they could do was stand still and wait for death. And Lin tried everything, yet he was still unable to break free from the cage of light. "Sigh!" He breathed a long sigh. Nothing could hide the grief and sadness in his eyes. There was reluctance on his face as he gazed at the trapped Su Xiaolan. The woman in jade was also gazing at him, and tears suddenly welled up in her gentle and watery eyes. Su Xiaolan had seemingly guessed what he was about to do. She started to shake her head, and there was a pleading tone in her voice as she said, "No, and Lin, not like this. We can find another way. We can definitely find another way." A bitter smile spread across Lin's face, and he said, "There's not enough time. I initially thought that I could achieve a conclusion that satisfied everyone, neither betraying the beings of the universe nor betraying you. However, I truly can't bring myself to witness the death of everyone apart from you and me." And Lin slowly raised his evil-slaying sword. "I'm sorry, little Xia. You did everything you could to help me, yet I still failed in the end." The pitch-black sword shuddered, and it was as if it were resisting and struggling against something. However, the will of its master couldn't be refused. The black blade tore through the void before stabbing into the man's heart. Blood instantly dyed his white robe a sanguine red, and a burst of formidable sword intent instantly erupted from the man's body. "No!" Su Xiaolan shrieked. She swung her sword and furiously attacked the cage of light around her. Meanwhile, the members of the heaven-crushing sect were all wide-eyed with shock and disbelief as they gazed at the stunning scenes before them. The man who enjoyed the title of #1 battle god of the Taichu continent had actually turned his sword against himself? What in the world was he doing? Was he trying to commit suicide? Giant and Lin. Tina was stuck in a daze as she gazed at the man who had stabbed himself. Meanwhile, Yiling's hands were tightly gripped around her saber and trembling uncontrollably as she kneeled on Xiao Zhe's back. The Celestial, the Arch, Chang'e, and the others were also transfixed with shock upon seeing Lin stab himself with the evil-slaying sword. In fact, they even forgot about the deadly sword projections that were hanging over their heads. Shen Yuanchang, Su Chenyun, Lu Qianhuan, and the others were also staring at the man who was drenched in blood. Their minds became blank, and a terrifying speculation suddenly occurred to them. Everyone in the Taichu continent was stunned by this sight. The heavenly light goddess had remained largely emotionless after activating her true form of Tao. Yet at this moment, her expression finally changed. The divine seal before her exploded with brilliance as she furiously channeled it as much as she could. At this moment, the burst of formidable sword intent had already shredded Lin's body, his meridians, and his divine sense. He was on the verge of death. Ding dong. Detected that host is facing imminent death. Are you willing to sacrifice 1/5 of your life force to obtain an unimaginable power? Note: only 1/5 of the host's life force remains. After sacrificing this life force, the host will be comprehensively erased when the host's power disappears. The system's question appeared in Lin's mind. At this moment, he could clearly hear the beat of his heart, and he could clearly hear the shouts of his friends. He could also feel the fluctuation of the surrounding light. Numerous images flashed across his mind: his father, Shen Yuancheng, Su Chenyun, Dabai, Xiaohong, Lan Xiaoni, and the others. There were too many people in this world who he needed to protect, exchanging his life for the survival of the entire human race. This was a worthy deal. However, and Lin gazed at the sobbing woman in the distance. There was a stabbing pain in his heart. With his death, he would be leaving everything behind. He wasn't someone who would abandon his life on a whim. He wasn't someone who wished to die a martyr's death. However, he had been posed with an impossible choice. Even though he was extremely unwilling, supremely unwilling, he knew what he had to do. The rims of Lin's eyes were also red as he gazed at the woman. However, he didn't know what to say to her. "I'm willing to sacrifice my life." Amid the silence, a single voice reverberated throughout the entire world. At this moment, Lin's heart stopped beating. It was as if everything had stopped and become silent. A profound and pitch-black divine seal appeared on Lin's forehead. This divine seal was composed of 5 dark strokes, and it was radiating with a paramount aura that was eternal and yearned to rule over all matter. Lin's aura underwent a drastic change, and he no longer appeared as domineering and unruly as before. He no longer appeared like a supreme ruler who ruled over all darkness. At this moment, he appeared more like a being who was transcendent above this world. He didn't seem to pose any threat, and his eyes were so pitch-black and profound that no one could read his thoughts. Strands of silk-like darkness started to emanate from his body. These strands of darkness were beautiful, and they were like blooming flowers made from black silken fabric as they drifted into the surroundings. As these black flowers collided into the cage of light that was constructed from grand primordium light, the cage started to contort before being rapidly engulfed. In almost an instant, the astonishingly sturdy cage of light was completely engulfed by the black flowers. Lin stood amid the black flowers, and he calmly pulled the evil-slaying sword from his heart as he turned his gaze toward the slightly dumbfounded woman in black. "Why? I already decided to spare you and your Tao partner, so why did you still make this choice? You clearly didn't need to die," the heavenly light goddess said. There was puzzlement on her face. Lin swung his sword through the air, with a circular sword intent instantly bursting tens of thousands of kilometers into the surroundings and shattering the cage of light that was holding Su Xiaolan and Tina. "You underestimated the place that my friends and my family have in my heart." Lin's eyes were pitch-black and profound as he gazed at the haughty woman, and he continued in a calm voice, "Heavenly light goddess, you've forced me to do this. There's no turning back now. Today is the day of your death." Lin strode toward the heavenly light goddess, with each of his steps transforming the space beneath him into an expanse of pitch-black void. These were expanses of absolute nothingness, and it was as if some divine being had simply erased these regions from the world. His white robe was like snow, and his black sword was like ink. Under the watchful gaze of millions upon billions of beings, this man resolutely strode toward the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess expression changed drastically, and the light surrounding her instantly erupted with a brilliant radiance. The sword projections in the sky shuddered, and they yearned to instantly deliver ultimate judgment to the billions upon trillions of humans. At this moment, however, the pitch-black and slender evil-slaying sword had already pierced through the void. Like a bolt and earth-shattering lightning, the evil-slaying sword then stabbed into the blood-formed divine seal that lay before the heavenly light goddess. A wave of darkness exploded apart. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth had lost their luster. When light finally reappeared, the divine seal that had once lay before the heavenly light goddess had already vanished into nothingness. In fact, the evil-slaying sword had even left a gaping and pitch-black wound in her flawless body. "You still want to split your attention and kill the other humans while facing me?" Lin asked in a calm voice as he held his evil-slaying sword and gazed at the nearby heavenly light goddess. Everyone was stunned upon seeing this. This battle was undergoing far too many ebbs and flows. Just then, the heavenly light goddess had still enjoyed an insurmountable advantage, and she had been viewing everyone else as nothing but mere ants. Now, however, and Lin had severely wounded her with a single strike. Perhaps stabbing one's own heart can make them stronger? A member of the heaven-crushing sect murmured. Everything had changed after Lin's suicidal action. Thinking back to the heavenly light goddess' invincible power, she had also gained this after stabbing her own heart. Linking all of these coincidences together, it was no wonder that this person made such a strange remark. However, even more people were considering the heavenly light goddess remark of, "You clearly didn't need to die." They didn't want to die either, yet Lin had to sacrifice his own life to save them. They were overcome with a feeling of indescribable grief. As she gazed at that man's back, Su Xiaolin's heart ached so much that she could barely breathe. Many a time, she wanted to rush toward him with no regard for anything else. However, she was afraid that she would affect his battle, so she forcefully stopped herself in her tracks. All she could do was silently gaze at him. All she could do was silently endure this unthinkable pain. Sigh. And Lin still walked down this path. Tao Lord Luya said with a helpless shake of his head. Is this fate? Is this the fate that he already foresaw? The heavenly lord of Tao and virtue said with a soft sigh. It was as if he were feeling sorrow and sympathy for something. An astounding radiance suddenly exploded apart. And Lin was forced into retreat by this exploding light as a searing sensation swept over his body. With our combat capability, we certainly can't battle here, Lin said as he gazed at his surroundings. He knew that if he battled against the heavenly light goddess here, the shockwaves of their battle would definitely crush the nearby kingdom of the 9 states and perhaps even the entire Taichu continent. With this in mind, he slashed his sword at the sky. Open the heavens! Boom! A burst of sword intent soared into the sky, completely engulfing all of the surrounding grand primordium light. There was a deafening explosion. A black void started to materialize in the sky, and one could see countless stars twinkling within it. Tao Lord Luya's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "This is the external realm of stars." He actually shattered the Taichu barrier made by Pangu with a single strike. And Lin turned his gaze toward the heavenly light goddess, and he said, "Let us battle outside." The heavenly light goddess wore a solemn expression. Did she want to battle outside? She naturally didn't. In fact, she would love to cause chaos here and destroy the entire human race while she was at it. As if reading her mind, Lin stepped forward and approached the heavenly light goddess again. A petrifying dark hurricane was swirling around his evil-slaying sword. Roar! Lin unleashed this devastating hurricane, which quickly enveloped the heavenly light goddess from head to toe. All of the surrounding grand primordium light was ripped into shreds. The heavenly light goddess formed a seal with her hands, and it was as if her body had become anchored to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Her light became indestructible, and it became unwavering in the sky. Unmoving deity! The dark hurricane slammed into the heavenly light goddess, yet it was unable to move her by even an inch. However, before the heavenly light goddess could do anything else, Lin had already appeared at the location of the dark hurricane. That was, he had already appeared beneath her. There was a black whirlpool in his hands, and looking closely, it was as if one could see countless galaxies growing and dying inside this whirlpool. It was as if countless dimensions were being destroyed by the whirlpool. Darkness, myriad dimension explosion. A paramount pushing force erupted from the black whirlpool in Lin's hand, disregarding all matter, all energy, all nomological laws, and even the great Tao of heaven and earth as it contorted all matter in the surroundings. In fact, even the surrounding light was contorted and pushed aside. The heavenly light goddess, unmoving deity, was unable to overcome this power. It had come far too suddenly, and it had come with far too much force. Her feet were struck by Lin, and the magnificent power of darkness tore apart all of her defenses. Like a rock, her slender and flawless body was tossed away by the myriad dimension explosion. She was tossed out of the Taichu continent. Humph, since you refused, I had no option but to toss you out, Lin said with a cold humph. With a flash, he quickly followed behind the heavenly light goddess, flying out of the Taichu continent. In his wake were billions upon billions of astounded beings. Right now, Enlin appeared as domineering and impressive as one could be. Meanwhile, all of the despairing humans felt delighted upon seeing the suffering of the heavenly light goddess. Everyone gazed at the white figure that was disappearing into the black void. His figure was towering, and his actions were resolute. He carried the hope of the entire Taichu continent, and he was sacrificing himself to complete this final battle. This was the magnificent demeanor of the number one battle god of the Taichu continent. This was a sight that would be forever engraved in their minds. Everyone looked up, praying, hoping that their number one battle god would return victorious. In the center of the boundless realm of stars, a colossal black hole suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, a devastating power suddenly erupted within the black hole. An engulfing power that was countless times more terrifying than that of black holes contorted everything in the surroundings. A woman who was shrouded in light was spat out from the black hole like trash. Moreover, it was as if the engulfing and ejection abilities of the black hole were equal, with the woman being spat out with as much power as other things were being sucked in. This woman was none other than the heavenly light goddess. The heavenly light goddess was ejected hundreds of millions of kilometers into the distance. A man in white dashed out from the black hole and followed closely behind her. The myriad dimension explosion in his palm had yet to cease, and it continued to push the woman further into space. Enlin's attack was extremely crude, and he was focusing all of his power on pushing the heavenly light goddess as far as he could. Before they knew it, they had already passed countless different galaxies. After reaching an abandoned stellar system, the heavenly light goddess finally unleashed a radiance that was countless times more powerful than the surrounding stars. She was finally able to resist the power of Enlin's myriad dimension explosion. Eternal light, leader of all matter, the heavenly light goddess roared in fury. She then made a grabbing motion at the void, causing 13 colossal planets to break free from their stellar system. Like divine cannonballs, these planets then ruthlessly surged toward Enlin. In fact, Enlin could even see the snaking mountain ranges and magnificent seas of these planets. To humans, these planets were unfathomably large. Equally so, they would be unfathomably terrifying when used as weapons. However, Enlin simply threw a punch at the approaching planets. Boom! A vast power shattered the surrounding space. The colossal planet was instantly penetrated by the overwhelming power of the punch. Even its core was shattered, and it crumbled into countless streaks of scorching hot currents as it exploded apart. However, its remains were then immediately crushed into ashes by the formidable shockwave of the punch. Just like that, Enlin threw 13 punches in quick succession, with each punch annihilating a colossal planet. In the blink of an eye, 13 colossal planets had already been reduced into ashes. Rumble, a scorching energy suddenly surged over. With a wave of her hand, the heavenly light goddess had already tossed a star toward Enlin. This star possessed a violent destructive power as it crashed over, and its seemingly infinite energy was incinerating everything in its surroundings. In fact, it possessed the power of countless tens of thousands of nuclear warheads exploding in unison. Not only that, but this star was even enveloped in a sheen of grand primordium light, causing its radiance to become even more harrowing. The drifting ashes in the surrounding space were all incinerated until they became the most primal of light, upon which they vanished without a trace. Divine technique of light, exploding star! The heavenly light goddess shouted as she tossed the star toward Enlin at an incredible speed. The colossal star left Enlin with no path of retreat. However, Enlin was completely unfazed by this explosive attack. He simply replied with another punch. However, this punch was fused with his destructive power of darkness, and a soundless collision ensued as his profound and pitch-black fist collided with the blazing star. At this instant, it was as if the boundless heat and light of the colossal star had suddenly vanished. It was as if it had comprehensively descended into pitch-black nothingness. When Enlin retracted his fist, the boundless realm of stars was already one star lesser than before. The area before Enlin became an expanse of nothingness. Not only had all energy and matter vanished, but even space and nomological laws had vanished. This was an area of absolute nothingness. With a stride, he leaped before the heavenly light goddess at an unfathomable speed. At the same time, a darkness that was capable of blotting out tens of thousands of stars burst forth from his fist. Heavenly light goddess, if this is all you've got, then I'll comprehensively obliterate you with this strike. A colossal black lotus materialized beneath their feet. This black lotus measured millions upon millions of kilometers in radius, and it was so overwhelming that it caused the surrounding tens of thousands of stars to lose their luster. From the distance, one could see a lotus-shaped void in the universe. When Enlin's fist landed, one could more so see countless black streaks racing across space, erasing all of the planets and stars in its path. The god of creation stage divine beings were all roused by this commotion. The eyes of heavenly monarch Bei Luo, the ultimate Tao demonic lion, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the Xianwu, and many others all pierced through the commotion to directly observe the source of this sudden change. They all discovered that the space near the Taichu continent was generating waves of devastating energy. In fact, these waves of energy were even engulfing entire swathes of space. This sudden commotion caused a huge stir among the paramount divine beings of the realm of stars. Numerous powerful beings turned their gaze toward Enlin's location. At this moment, the power of the Dark Lotus had already fully gathered onto Enlin's fist. Extreme darkness, eternal lotus of destruction. He swung his fist at the heavenly light goddess face. In fact, the speed of his fist was so quick that it transcended the notion of dimensions. At the instant that he threw his fist, it had already arrived before the heavenly light goddess. However, the heavenly light goddess was also extremely quick, and she relied on her damaged sword of the heavenly Tao, which was imbued with the grand primordium light, to transcend the limits of dimensions. Her sword swung down and slashed into Enlin's earth-shattering fist. Boom! The purest of grand primordium light perfectly fused together with the fragments of the heavenly Tao from the ancient Tai Chu realm, forming a unique essential cycle of reincarnation and unleashing a petrifying power. The intensity of this light even surpassed that of the realm of stars, and the power that it possessed was tens of thousands of times more supreme than that of the explosion of the largest star in existence. The surrounding stars were all bathed in this incredible sea of light. In fact, the nearby stars were directly assimilated into countless particles of light, releasing their utmost radiance as they transformed. This was the result of the heavenly light goddess extracting their power for her own use. She was planning to deliver a fatal blow to Enlin. In the next moment, however, the heavenly light goddess along with her power were all engulfed by the lotus on Enlin's fist. The surroundings transformed into a boundless realm of black lotuses. With his eternal lotus of destruction, Enlin could create a new realm and drag his enemy into a world of lotuses. He could then use his power of darkness to destroy this realm, thereby achieving the aim of annihilating the heavenly light goddess. He had indeed succeeded in dragging the heavenly light goddess into his world of lotuses. However, he discovered that his darkness was unable to comprehensively suppress the heavenly light goddess attack. For this first time, the power that he obtained from sacrificing his life force was unable to be wielded as he pleased. Instead, it was facing formidable resistance. The heavenly light goddess was resisting with great ferocity, and Lin wanted to annihilate the heavenly light goddess along with the world of black lotuses. However, a ray of light was able to escape and shred the petals of the black lotuses. Explode! And Lin roared. His fist trembled, and the world of lotuses exploded apart. A paramount darkness engulfed the heavenly light goddess who was trying to break free. In fact, the dark shockwaves even engulfed and annihilated the dozens of surrounding stellar systems. A streak of light shot out from amid the exploding darkness, appearing as disheveled as could be. The heavenly light goddess reappeared, and her clothes had already become broken and tattered. Even her flawless divine body was now filled with numerous pitch-black deformities, among which darkness was wantonly wreaking havoc. She breathed heavily, and her eyes were filled with apprehension as she looked at Enlin. The darkness on her body was purified by the boundless light within her, and they transformed into the purest of light particles before vanishing without a trace. The heavenly light goddess instantly recovered from her wounds. However, she showed no signs of smugness. She had never imagined that after activating her true form of Tao, she would still be suppressed by the man before her. In fact, Enlin was even more astonished than her. Right now, he felt as if he were an invincible and omnipotent god of war. This wasn't an exaggeration. There were only things that he couldn't imagine, but there wasn't anything that he couldn't do. Indeed, he had already become all-knowing and all-capable, a trait of true divine beings. If a god of creation stage divine being stood before him, he could easily kill them with a single slap. However, it was in such a state that he was still unable to severely wound the heavenly light goddess, even after attacking her with his full power, and Lin didn't hesitate before charging toward her again. There was no point thinking about this now. All he needed to do was battle. Brandishing her damaged sword of the heavenly Tao, the heavenly light goddess also charged toward Enlin without so much as a word. A devastating battle with no precedent comprehensively erupted in the boundless realm of stars. Boom, boom, boom. Enlin and the heavenly light goddess were both unleashing powerful divine techniques. Darkness and light were two of the most paramount and fundamental powers, and at this moment, they were viciously intertwining and clashing with each other. All of the nearby stellar systems were disintegrated into nothing more than particles of light or simply nothingness. Not a single patch of space remained undamaged. This was a harrowing battle, and it was as if countless supernovas were exploding one after another. The entire realm of stars was illuminated by this battle. All of the God of Creation stage divine beings silently observed this historical battle. As they gazed at the violently clashing light and darkness, they couldn't help but feel a cold chill running down their spines. In the eastern Azure Dragon realm, the ancestral Azure Dragon was drenched in a cold sweat as he watched this battle. Su Xiaolan had only just stripped him of his holy birth by reaching the God of Creation stage with two essential powers. Now, it was as if he were witnessing a battle that would eventually destroy the entire realm of stars. He didn't know what to say. That darkness, is it the power of Enlin? Just how long has passed? Yet Enlin's power has already reached such a level. Before, the ancestral Azure Dragon could still act as an elder toward Enlin. In fact, he wouldn't be afraid even if he had to face Enlin. Now, however, he was afraid that Enlin might accidentally kill him with a single slap. Enlin's power was on a completely different level. In fact, this even reminded him of when he had still been naive and ignorant. It reminded him of his feeling of reverence and astonishment when he had watched his seniors sparring. He didn't dare to think about competing against them at all. Anyhow, the ancestral Azure Dragon had been somewhat mentally prepared for this. After all, he had witnessed the terrifying might of the heavenly darkness power before. However, it was a different case for heavenly monarch Dongchun, the extreme Tao Holy Falcon, the Dark River Immortal Whale, and the other God of Creation stage divine beings. Upon witnessing such a petrifying battle, what they felt was sheer astonishment. Apart from that, it was innate terror. Holy Falcon, that person battling in the distance gives me a nagging sense of familiarity. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. The Dark River Immortal Whale used a special transmission talisman to communicate with the extreme Tao Holy Falcon, a God of Creation stage divine being whom he hadn't contacted for a long time. You also have such a feeling? I also feel like I've met him somewhere before. Why don't you head over to see what paramount beings are battling? The extreme Tao Holy Falcon replied. The Dark River Immortal Whale chuckled coldly before saying, Are you telling me to seek death? The extreme Tao Holy Falcon glanced at the several hundred disappearing stars in the distant realm before glancing back at the flashes of colliding light and darkness. It was as if the entire universe were undergoing destruction. He suddenly felt like the Dark River Immortal Whale's words made a lot of sense. If they headed over at this moment, that would simply be seeking death. The extreme Tao Holy Falcon had never dreamed of such a day. As a mighty God of Creation stage divine being, and as the paramount god of the beast tribe, he was actually afraid that he might be killed by the shockwaves of a battle. There was no fool among the God of Creation stage divine beings. None of them dared to recklessly approach the battleground between Enlin and the heavenly light goddess. In fact, those who were closer even started to move outward toward the edges of the realm of stars. If they could, they might even run to the outer regions of the realm of stars, where they could find some safe corner to hide and shiver. As for the Tao integration stage supermighty beings in the realm of stars, they couldn't sense the paramount power of God of creation stage divine beings. All they could feel was that they might die at any moment. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth, as well as their own divine Tao, might crumble and collapse at any moment. In fact, this was an even more terrifying sensation than what the God of creation stage divine beings were experiencing. They didn't know what was happening, yet they had a nagging feeling that they might die at any moment. This was like a complete horror story. To those extremely sensitive supermighty beings, this was unimaginable torture. Meanwhile, in some large stellar system in the center of the realm of stars, tens of thousands of stars suddenly exploded with monstrous power and radiance. Immediately afterward, they crossed through space at an unfathomable speed, gathering toward someplace. This was the location of the heavenly light goddess. As if tossing gravel, the heavenly light goddess waved her hand and ruthlessly tossed the surrounding stars at Enlin. Paramount heavenly god technique, death by stars. Just like that, tens of thousands of stars instantly materialized around Enlin. This was an explosion of absolute heat and light. This was a power that could instantly disintegrate and kill a god of creation stage divine being, along with their essential power. Upon reaching a pinnacle state, any power would undergo a qualitative change. With tens of thousands of stars gathered together and colliding, the energy radiation that they unleashed could even travel along some peculiar wavelength and affect the entire boundless realm of stars. At this moment, every single being in the realm of stars suddenly felt a scorching sensation. Trapped amid the tens of thousands of stars, Enlin more so experienced this sensation. These stars weren't merely crashing toward him. As they did so, they were also burning and imploding. Just what kind of concept was tens of thousands of stars imploding in unison? The explosive force that they unleashed was even capable of obliterating an entire large stellar system. Enlin wasn't only facing the power of extreme heat and light. He was more so facing a colossal amount of matter, so much that even his darkness couldn't engulf in a short period of time. The matter ejected by tens of thousands of stars exploding in unison was much like a return to the Big Bang. This was a spectacle of expansion and contortion of both space and time. This was a paramount collision that could birth countless dimensions and nomological laws. Enlin had initially planned to counterattack. However, facing such devastating heat and light, he didn't have any spare energy to do so. He could only unleash the full power of darkness to protect himself. Regardless of how much heat and light raced toward him, he would engulf them with no exception. Even if he were facing the Big Bang, he could still maintain this form of eternity and finality. As for the outer world, this wasn't something that he could consider. At this moment, all he could do was protect himself. These monstrous explosions comprehensively shook the entire realm of stars. When these shockwaves rippled outward, it was hard to imagine just how devastating their effect would be. In any case, the silently observing God of creation stage divine beings were already wetting their pants in fright. Holy fuck! Obliterating tens of thousands of stars at once? Something like this is possible? In the extreme south of the realm of stars, the holy beast Xianwu was so petrified that he frantically started to perform divination, yearning to predict the trajectory of this battle, as well as the potential effect that it would have. However, he instead suffered a backlash from some intangible power, causing even his shell to burst apart. He spat a mouthful of blood, and he almost fainted on the spot. To his utter shock, his divination only produced a single result, even though he had suffered such a severe backlash. It simply read, "Divine your fucking ass. Just what kind of paramount beings are battling against each other? How utterly terrifying." Xianwu was so terrified that he retracted his head and limbs back into his shell. He didn't know what else to do. The boundless realm of stars had already descended into fear and chaos. Once supreme and mighty, Even the divine beings of this place couldn't withstand the shockwaves from the battle between Enlin and the heavenly light goddess. With grief and sorrow, they discovered that they couldn't even muster the courage to oppose those two devastatingly powerful beings. They were afraid that they might be slapped to death if they dared to annoy them. Meanwhile, the battle between Enlin and the heavenly light goddess was still far from concluding. Amid the explosion of tens of thousands of stars, like an origin, a speck of darkness remained eternal and indestructible. It was so sturdy that no power could penetrate it. Enlin was inside this speck of darkness as he defended against the heavenly light goddess' devastating attack. In the next instant, a sharp black sword suddenly slashed over from the distance, carrying with it boundless light and killing intent as it unleashed the heavenly god power and power of the heavenly Tao to the extreme. Tyr, the origin speck of darkness, in which Enlin was residing, was violently ripped open by the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. Enlin's shield of darkness was torn apart by the damaged sword of the heavenly Tao. Through this breach, he could see the ice-cold expression of the heavenly light goddess. This was an expression that was filled with killing intent. Through this breach, her damaged sword of the heavenly Tao violently thrust over. Enlin didn't have time to block, and he more so didn't have time to dodge. The magnificent size of this blade was as if it were a colossal planet hurtling toward him, and the brilliant aura of this blade was as if it were light that was omnipresent and unblockable. Rip! The blade pierced through his heart, and it exited through his back. A heart-wrenching pain shot through his entire body. It was as if the power of an entire world were expanding and exploding within him. The corners of the heavenly light goddess lips curled up into a slight smile, and she said, "You're done. Tear!" A razor-sharp ring of darkness flashed by. The heavenly light goddess was still wearing a victorious smile as her head slid off her neck. This ring of darkness was none other than the 9-essence ring of darkness that Enlin had created using his divine Tao of darkness, as well as 9 other pinnacle essential powers. The 9-essence ring of darkness carved a graceful arc in the air, and it was just about to shoot over to deliver the killing blow. However, an unimaginable radiance suddenly erupted from the heavenly light goddess body. In fact, this radiance was even more brilliant than the explosion of tens of thousands of stars. It was as if her power had culminated to some pinnacle degree. Boom! The heavenly light goddess exploded. She exploded into vast and infinite grand primordium light. Illuminated by this grand primordium light, Enlin's body also started to expand. Boom! Enlin also exploded. He exploded into profound and limitless darkness. The entirety of the colossal stellar system transformed into a frenzied battleground between light and darkness again. Countless stars and planets were reduced into dust and ashes. Meanwhile, Enlin and the heavenly light goddess didn't pull off any fancy moves anymore. They both decided to end this battle using the most simple and primal way possible. They would determine whether darkness was more powerful or whether light was more powerful. They both channeled their supreme heavenly god powers to the extreme. The heavenly light goddess revealed her divine body, which was even more colossal than an entire stellar system. Grand primordium light rippled trillions upon gazillions of kilometers into the distance, illuminating the entire space. All scenes of life and all matters of life were reflected in this endless expanse of light. With light, that which was nameless has birthed into all existence. The heavenly light goddess said in a holy and ethereal voice. Her words echoed throughout the entire universe, and her supreme heavenly god power instantly affected the entire universe. Peculiar phenomena of light appeared above each celestial body in the boundless realm of stars. At this moment, Enlin could feel a crushing pressure from a source several-fold. There was the boundless matter, boundless life, boundless energy, boundless nomological laws, and boundless Tao intent. He felt as if he had already been abandoned by the entire world. Every existence that he could see and touch, and those that he couldn't see all yearned to erase his existence. This notion of existence was ruled over by none other than light. In other words, this was a conceptual power of the entire universe. The heavenly light goddess gazed at the continually expanding and colliding darkness before her, and she said in a calm voice, Abandon your struggle. You can't defeat me, for I am the reason that this world exists. The empty universe had no innate significance. However, from the birth of the first wisp of light, all matter was defined, and countless possibilities started to grow. It was then that the universe found a reason for existence. Light is the source of all matter. Its appearance defined the concept of time, and its appearance allowed the universe to develop a concept of existence. The explosion of energy, the birth of matter, the construction of nomological laws, and the derivation of all phenomena. Light can urge the growth and development of the universe, and light can birth one life after another. It can continually develop and advance, and it can continue to birth hope and limitless possibilities. The heavenly light goddess wrapped her arms as if in an embrace, and as the light before her blossomed, it birthed a scene of countless phenomena. These were phenomena of eternal existence and possibilities, something that couldn't be severed from life. Wherever one could see, this peculiar light could reach. With a single thought of life, all matter could prosper and flourish. Without light, all matter around us shall cease to exist. You will also cease to exist. One utterance to pass judgment. One utterance to seal the battle. And Lin could feel his existence rapidly weakening and vanishing. Without the recognition of light, it was as if his existence would be severed, and it was as if he would vanish from this world forever. Heh! How very interesting. Elevating this from a battle between supreme heavenly god powers into a battle between universal-level concepts. The man in white appeared from within the darkness, his eyes gazing at the dazzling galaxies before him. His eyes gradually became profound and tranquil. Light has indeed constructed all that I know, and light has indeed birthed all possibilities and hopes of the universe. Light seemingly possesses a limitless future of boundless development. However, why does life traverse toward death? Why do humans possess lifespans? Why do immortal Tao integration stage cultivators and God of creation stage cultivators face tribulations? Why does the heavenly Tao, proclaimed to be eternally indestructible, also face a day of destruction? And Lin gazed at the vast universe. Behind the flourishing and dazzling sky, those matters that endlessly grew and blossomed like fireworks, would eventually tread toward an ice-cold and sorrowful fate. Not only life, all that I know, is also treading toward death. Each matter is birthed from light, iridescent clouds, colorful auroras, life, stars. However, iridescent clouds dissipate with ease, and auroras are toilsome to seek. Life flitters by. The sun seems eternal, yet there comes a day where it shall also extinguish. No matter is eternal, even if you wish to think it so. It is at birth when they are the most beautiful. However, beauty cannot be preserved for all eternity. Just like this universe, when its explosion and expansion concludes, all that shall remain is the ice-cold corpses of stars long dead. All that shall remain is deathly silence and void. We are powerless to prevent this tendency. We are unable to decide the fate of this matter. When all comes to an end, our effort would have all been for naught. What is it that decides their fate? And Lin gazed at the colossal yet still breathtakingly beautiful heavenly light goddess. She was like the culmination of all beauty in the world. He smiled and continued, all matter in this world, all magnificent phenomena in this world, you and I, we are all born from light. However, we shall always return to the eternal embrace of darkness. Your beauty is stunning, yet there comes a day where you will also age and depart. All matter shall eventually tread toward darkness. Heavenly light goddess, you shall also one day tread toward me. This world is fair. At the end of their existence, all matter and all phenomena shall return to the embrace of darkness. Light is indeed beautiful at the moment that it blossoms. Its beauty is one that is praised by all matter in the world. All matter yearns for light. However, it is because of this that they overlook one fact. That is, light, along with the birth and destruction of the universe, is but a fleeting spark when compared to the existence of darkness. It vanishes as quickly as it appears. The black orb in Lin's hand started to expand at an inconceivable rate. All matter that it came into contact with vanished once and for all. All that remained was the most profound and purest darkness and nothingness. The dazzling grand primordium light was also erased by darkness. Throughout the universe, the great Tao of heaven and earth shuddered. The sky of light above trillions upon trillions of beings was engulfed by the purest of darkness. Everything descended into darkness and silence. Light is boundlessly good. However, darkness is eternal. As he said this, it was as if all light in the boundless universe was suddenly extinguished. Heaven and earth fell into darkness. The universe fell into silence. In fact, this battle between universal-level concepts was soundless. However, to the countless beings in the realm of stars, this was truly far too terrifying. Not long ago, the sky above everyone had suddenly lit up. They could somewhat accept this sudden change. After all, the light appeared harmless, and it was even a little comforting. In the next moment, however, the sky above them had suddenly transformed into the purest of darkness. Not only that, but all matter and all sensations around them had also vanished without a trace. This feeling, apart from still having awareness, it was essentially as if they were dead. This was far too fucking terrifying, and Lin successfully petrified everyone in the boundless realm of stars. From lofty god of creation stage divine beings all the way down to mere mortals. No one in the realm of stars would ever forget this peculiar experience. Fortunately, this phenomenon of darkness only lasted for a brief moment. In the next instant, normality returned to the skies. The skies were still blue skies. Night was still night. However, this was a night sky that was filled with twinkling stars. It was no longer a harrowing night of darkness and deathly silence. After experiencing a series of peculiar phenomena, it was as if the realm of stars had returned to a state of peace and tranquility. However, the stellar system in which Enlin and the heavenly light goddess were battling had already become a dark and dull space of scraps. To say nothing of tangible matter and energy, even the countless nomological laws had been smashed into smithereens. Both light and darkness had fallen dull. The heavenly light goddess, who had been as colossal as an entire stellar system, had already vanished without a trace. The god of creation stage divine beings in the realm of stars all held their breaths in apprehension. They glanced around the realm of stars in anxiousness, afraid that they would be struck by another peculiar phenomenon. They knew that even a sneeze from the two paramount beings could cause the entire realm of stars to shudder. Meanwhile, in some broken expanse of space, two tiny figures who had once stunned the entire universe, appeared. The man was dressed in white, and his pitch-black evil-slaying sword had already pierced into the chest of the woman in the black dress. They were none other than Enlin and the heavenly light goddess. The eyes of the heavenly light goddess were dull, and her damaged sword of the heavenly Tao had already been snapped in half at some point in time. Moreover, it was vanishing at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Her divine aura was also dissipating at a rapid speed. Her heavenly light power coursed through the evil-slaying sword and into Enlin's body, where it was then engulfed by his divine Tao of darkness. Heavenly light goddess, this battle is my victory, Enlin said. The heavenly light goddess raised her beautiful eyes. She chuckled and asked in a soft voice, "Victory? What did you win? Your fate is none other than returning to the heavenly Tao with me. Can you escape the fate of farewelling that which you like and those whom you love? Can you escape this eternal farewell? But I saved those which I like and those whom I love." Enlin replied with a shake of his head. "Did you truly save everyone, including those whom you hold dearest?" The heavenly light goddess asked as she gazed at Enlin. Upon seeing the unconcealable pain behind his expression of daze, a hint of ridicule spread across her face. Don't console yourself with the excuse of sacrificing yourself to save everyone else. Both you and I are extremely intelligent beings. We more so understand the significance of life. Upon death, all will cease to exist. That being the case, so what if you saved the entire world? To you personally, this is an eternal farewell. You'll vanish forever, and you'll return to darkness forever. So, I might have lost, The heavenly light goddess chuckled as she said this. This was a delighted chuckle, and she continued, "However, you haven't won either. Rather, you'll also suffer the same fate as me. You'll lose everything." And Lin only felt vexed and pained for a split second before quickly regaining his composure. "Indeed, I truly do feel vexed about this. I'm extremely reluctant to leave, and my heart is filled with pain." The evil-slaying sword erupted with bursts of brilliant black light, with halos of darkness rippling into the surroundings and affecting hundreds of stellar systems. The power of his ultimate Tao was channeled to the extreme, and it furiously engulfed the heavenly light goddess Tao power. The severance and removal of her Tao power transformed into an indescribable pain. As powerful as her willpower was, she still couldn't help but shudder and even scream. "However, you and I are different. I made my decision, and I succeeded in achieving my aim. However, you failed to do so. You betrayed the heavens. Yet I haven't betrayed the world." And Lin's voice was composed, and he calmly observed everything before him. He gazed at the supremely powerful woman slowly dying before him. Darkness ultimately overcame light. This was not to say that the concept of darkness was transcendent above the concept of light. And Lin understood that this was, in some sense, due to his absorption of 3 other supreme heavenly god powers. This had allowed his Tao power to become slightly more powerful, and therefore allowed him to achieve ultimate victory. At this moment, the heavenly light goddess divine halo had already crumbled into pieces. She was like a severely wounded woman, with blood seeping from the corners of her mouth and her life force rapidly draining away. Like a flower that had once delighted the entire universe, her fate was ultimately to wither and wilt. The heavenly light goddess knew that she couldn't survive anymore. However, her pitch-black eyes instead became especially clear and gentle, and it was as if Lin were a long-lost friend. Her voice was soft as she asked in curiosity, "And Lin, do you regret your choice?" "In fact, I truly didn't plan to kill you and the divine Phoenix Maiden. Both of you have already exceeded the bounds of humans, and I merely wanted to exterminate the remainder of the human race, as well as prevent the heaven-crushing plan. Afterward, I would have reconstructed the heavenly Tao. You could have stayed with the divine Phoenix Maiden forever." The heavenly light goddess words pierced through Lin's heart like a dagger. His heart was aching, and he could even envision everyone's life without him. Just how aggrieved would Su Xiaolin be? When everyone else had considered him dead, Su Xiaolin had still painfully awaited him for 100 years. That being the case, Su Xiaolin could naturally do the same when he became the heavenly Tao. And there was still little Na, underling Lan, his father, and the others. Did he regret this? This was the heavenly light goddess interrogation. This was also his final question to himself. Did he regret this? In fact, Lin didn't hesitate too much before answering this question. Even though he felt a heart-wrenching pain, and even though he felt extremely reluctant, he still shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't regret this." Even though she had already lost her Tao power, the heavenly light goddess could still see that Lin was telling the truth. She faltered upon hearing this, and she gazed at Lin in puzzlement. "I don't understand," the heavenly light goddess said. Compared to his and Su Xiaolin's limitless lifespans, the lifespans of his so-called friends were but the blink of an eye. As for the destruction of the human race, in fact, as God of creation stage divine beings, one could even witness the birth and destruction of the human race countless times. Thus, was this truly so important to Lin? Lin reminisced all that he had experienced. Little Na's innocence, Big Brother Cheng's sincerity, Su Qianyun's cuteness, Bai's debauchery, Xiao Hong's laziness, Sister Lu's free-spirited nature. As he recalled this, he couldn't help but start chuckling. You haven't come across a rainbow, so you naturally don't understand why I cherish it so much. As he gazed at the gradually vanishing heavenly light goddess, he said, "As the heavenly light goddess, you should understand this better than me. The heavenly darkness god, why do you only know that a rainbow will disappear? Why don't you understand the joy and delight that I experience while embracing it?" The heavenly light goddess eyelashes shuddered as she heard this. A glimmer appeared in her eyes, and it was as if she had understood something. Her body transformed into particles of vanishing light until only her head was left. She opened her mouth, and she finally spoke what was on her mind. Life is truly a beautiful and mesmerizing thing. After saying this, she vanished once and for all. As he gazed at the emptiness before him, and Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, life is truly beautiful and mesmerizing. Taichu continent. Everyone was filled with tension and anxiety as they watched the live stream. They gazed at the pitch-black emptiness, as well as the sea of stars within it on the screen. They had seen the sea of stars transforming into a vast expanse of light, and they had also seen darkness engulfing this sea of stars, transforming it into the most profound of darkness. Each transformation would command their utmost attention. Even though they were unable to personally witness it, they could still experience the turmoil gripping the boundless realm of stars. Every single member of the 4-9 Immortal sect arrived at the heaven-crushing glazed palace on the Starfire battleship. They were here to await the return of their sect leader. Su Xiaolan stubbornly stood at the location closest to the shattered barrier. She remained silent as she gazed at the tumultuous sky in the distance. Currents of chaos and destruction swept across her, lifting her silken hair and causing them to flutter in the air. She was like a jade lotus blooming amid destruction and loneliness. Xiaolan? Tina pursed her delicate lips as she looked at the woman in jade. She didn't know how to console her. In fact, she was also suffering from unbearable pain. This was pain that had spanned eons upon eons. Things had still developed to such a state. Even after so long, and even after making the greatest effort, the conclusion was still the same. She suddenly turned her eyes toward the sky. The god of creation stage divine beings also noticed a peculiar change, and they also looked toward the final heavenly Tao. As if losing its support, the grand primordium light that was preventing the heavenly Tao from shattering suddenly started to dissipate at a rapid rate, transforming into the most fundamental particles of light. What did this signify? This signified that the heavenly light goddess had lost. He's won, and Lin has won. Giant and Lin, Big Brother and Woof. Sect leader is indomitable. This was the best result for the Taichu continent. Some beings cried tears of joy and relief, while other beings were filled with elation and delight. In the next moment, however, change suddenly struck again. Heaven and earth started to quake violently, and the intangible heavenly Tao more so started to rumble and explode. Without the support of the grand primordium light, the heavenly Tao once again started to crumble and collapse. This was a process that even the heavenly light goddess couldn't reverse or stop. Even without the heaven-crushing spell formation, it was clear that the heavenly Tao could no longer stabilize itself. It was descending into destruction. The world was plunged into the danger of destruction. There was no hint of relaxation on Chan Chen's face as he gazed at this scene. Instead, his expression became even more solemn. Crushing the heavens has succeeded. However, with my current state, Chan Chen murmured as he observed his body. He wanted to unleash the spotless realm, yet he discovered that he was completely unable to do so. The essence of his internal universe had been severely damaged by the heavenly light goddess. As a result, he was already unable to complete this final step. He no longer possessed the ability to become the heavens. Chun Chun involuntarily turned his gaze toward the dragon woman in the heaven-crushing glazed palace. The ancient dragon empress was slightly dumbfounded upon feeling his gaze. Heavenly disciple ancient dragon empress, it's all up to you now. We need you to become the heavens, Chen Chen said. Ancient dragon empress? Me? You're telling me to become the heavens? Are you for real? The ancient dragon empress exclaimed. Her eyes were wide with astonishment and disbelief. At some instant, she felt as if she were dreaming. Chun Chun nodded in earnest, and he said, My Tao heart has been sullied, and my essence has been severely wounded. I no longer possess the right to become the heavens. In comparison, you stand a greater chance of success in becoming the heavens. Her eyes shuddered, and she murmured, But I'm only at the Tao integration stage. Have you forgotten what I taught you before? Chun Chun asked as he looked at the dragon woman who was lacking in confidence. Any matter can become the heavens, from colossal concepts all the way down to the tiniest speck of dust. As long as you possess an absolute will, you can succeed in becoming the heavens. Believe in yourself. Rediscover the fearless and indomitable spirit that you displayed when passing the Heavenly Disciple examination. Don't forget, you're also a heavenly disciple. Chun Chen's words finally woke the ancient dragon empress. The hesitation and unease vanished from her face, and what replaced it was an unyielding battle intent. That's right, as a heavenly disciple, I've long been preparing for this moment. When it's my turn to step forward, I shall become the heavens. A dazzling red glow erupted from the horns on her head, releasing an indomitable aura that represented the ancestors of dragons and the paragon of dragons. She flew toward the sky, and her aura gradually became ethereal. Upon reaching their extreme, matter becomes the heavens. To hold the universe within my heart, to become the heavens with my Tao. Peculiar divine symbols instantly materialized on the ancient dragon empress' forehead. Her eyes reflected the myriad realms, as well as the boundless sea of stars. A peculiar ripple resonated with some wavelength of the universe. Hurry, look over there. The person who's flying toward the crumbling heavenly Tao is Heavenly Disciple Ancient Dragon Empress. Heavens! Is she going to become the heavenly Tao? Is this truly going to be fine? Nonsense. She's a heavenly disciple of our heaven-crushing sect. Which of the heavenly disciples isn't freakishly powerful? She'll definitely succeed. The members of the heaven-crushing sect were filled with passion and fervor as they watched this scene. The billions upon billions of other beings also watched on in palpitation. The ancient dragon empress' will to become the heavens had already triggered some phenomena in the universe. In fact, the beings of the Tai Chu continent also received an announcement in their mind. The ancient dragon empress yearns to become the heavens. A being from the Tai Chu continent becoming the heavens under the watchful gazes of so many people. This was definitely a colossal event that would be eternally recorded in the history books. At this moment, everyone focused their gaze on the ancient dragon empress. Could be said that this was definitely the most dazzling and most eye-catching moment of the ancient dragon empress' life. There was eager anticipation, there were blessings, there was anxiety, and there was also disbelief. These countless emotions had all arisen because of her. In such a peculiar manner, the ancient dragon empress had gathered the will of all beings. Her body gradually became transparent, and an indescribable Tao realm overcame her, causing her to fuse together with all matter of heaven and earth. First was the Purple Star ruins, then it was the Kingdom of the Nine States. Afterward, it was the eastern region of the Tai Chu continent, and then the western region of the Tai Chu continent. The ancient dragon empress' slender body was shuddering violently. Her transparent body suddenly condensed again, before suddenly becoming transparent again. This scene terrified everyone who was watching. Chun Chun understood that the process of her becoming the heavenly Tao would be an extremely treacherous one. He opened his mouth and said, "Stabilize your emotions and abandon all unnecessary thoughts. Accept all matter of this world with open arms and become the sum of all that exists in the world. At that time, you will become the heavens." The ancient dragon empress was being fed an infinite amount of information, and it was as if this sea of information were about to cause her to explode. She understood that she could only avoid this dismal fate by perfectly fusing together with heaven and earth. However, this was difficult in theory, and it was more so near impossible in practice. The ancient dragon empress was suffering a dreadful assault that others could barely begin to imagine. This was an assault on her body, her divine sense, her Tao realm, and her entire existence. This was a test of multi-dimensions and of all facets. If any facet was unsatisfactory, failure would be the only conclusion. She was the hope of billions upon billions of beings. However, at this moment she entered a peculiar state of mind. As her awareness neared destruction, she saw those close to her dying one after another. She saw the dragon tribe which had treated her so dearly roaring as they suffered extinction. Everything that she cared about, and everything that she sought to protect. They all vanished from before her. No, no. Tears of blood trickled down her cheeks. This isn't the fate that I seek. If this is the heavens, then so be it if I don't become the heavens. Upon saying this, it was as if something shattered apart. Under everyone's anxious and eager gaze, countless puffs of blood suddenly exploded from the body of that beautiful and mighty dragon woman. She powerlessly plummeted toward the ground. From the pinnacle of the sky, the ancient dragon empress plummeted back down to the mortal realm. Billions upon billions of beings faltered upon seeing this. Heavenly disciple, ancient dragon empress. Heavenly disciple. Has she failed? Most beings were exclaiming in shock and astonishment. Those who had weaker hearts were already clutching at their chests, and it was as if their heartbeats might stop at any moment. They truly couldn't endure such a wild roller coaster ride. Meanwhile, Shui Yan dashed forward to catch the plummeting ancient dragon empress in her embrace. At the same time, she frantically used her ice-cold power to seal the fatal wounds suffered by the ancient dragon empress. Shui Yan, the ancient dragon empress murmured as she opened her eyes with great difficulty. There was pain and guilt on her face, and she said, I betrayed everyone's hopes? Hush, Shui Yan said with a soft shake of her head. Her voice was gentle as she continued, You already tried your best. However, the ancient dragon empress was still overcome with an overwhelming feeling of guilt and agitation. She turned her eyes toward Chun Chun. Chun Chun also looked toward the ancient dragon empress, and upon seeing that she could still survive, a consoling smile spread across his face. He then turned his gaze back toward the sky, with his expression becoming increasingly solemn. The heaven-crushing sect had fallen at the final hurdle. The heavenly Tao had been comprehensively destroyed, and the entire world was now on the brink of destruction. The sky was filled with spatial fissures, with devastating currents of chaos starting to seep out from within them and sweeping across heaven and earth, furiously terrorizing the continent. A great calamity ensued again. Among the billions upon billions of beings, some fled, while others fell to their knees in despair. There was lingering hope in their eyes as they gazed at the picture of the heaven-crushing glazed palace. However, Cyril had already died, and the ancient dragon empress was also on the verge of death. Chun Chun was in a better state, yet at this moment, his severely wounded essential power meant that he could barely wield any power. Who else could save this heaven and earth? Even though they were facing the destruction of heaven and earth, the beings of the continent still didn't descend into mindless despair. There was still a flicker of hope in their eyes, a flicker of hope named darkness. They looked up at the live stream in the sky, awaiting the return of that one person. This was a living legend of the entire Taichu continent. After a short moment, and as if sensing the imminent destruction of the Taichu continent, within the void of darkness, the space suddenly started to churn. A man in white slowly walked over from the distance. He quickly reappeared in the sky of this heaven and earth. At this moment, the chaotic heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. The man stood tall and proud, and his dark eyes were limpid and gentle. As he gazed at those waiting for him, he smiled and said, I haven't betrayed everyone's trust. I've won. Su Xiaolan's eyes were already hazy with tears, yet she still gazed at the man in white before her. And Lin, welcome back. The eyes of all the disciples and elders of the 4-9 Immortal sect also reddened in emotion. Welcome back, sect leader and Lin, they shouted in unison. Sect leader and Lin is an invincible god of war. Sect leader is as brilliant as the sun and moon, and as eternal as heaven and earth. Sect leader is undefeatable. These familiar words, these words that were spoken from the bottom of everyone's heart. At this moment, they all converged together to shake the heavens. And Lin couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. He gazed at those familiar faces. These were his fond disciples. There were his adorable pet beasts. There were his loyal servants. And these were also his trustworthy friends. Oh, what a wonderful sect this was. And Lin's gaze gradually became hazy. He truly didn't want to leave them. However, had he not done everything to save this very group of people? At this instant, the members of the 4-9 Immortal sect and their sect leader all silently gazed at each other. This was like a silent farewell. It was also at this moment that a fragrant breeze suddenly swept over. Jade Robe fell into his embrace, bringing with it a boundless softness and warmth. Su Xiaolan had leaped toward Enlin, and she was tightly embracing him. "Enlin, don't leave me. Promise me. Don't leave me again. Don't sacrifice yourself again. You've already done enough for this world. Let us live together in happiness in the future. Okay?" Su Xiaolan sobbed in a pleading voice. Her embrace was tight, and it was as if she were afraid that Enlin might vanish at any moment. Enlin's gaze became extremely gentle, and he also wrapped the woman before him in a tight embrace. As he experienced her warmth, all of his reluctance and feelings transformed into the most heartfelt embrace. "My life has already been filled with enough splendor," Enlin suddenly said. The woman in his embrace shuddered upon hearing this. She looked up with teary eyes, and she frantically shook her head as she said, "No, don't. You already promised me, didn't you? You promised that you would accompany me forever. You promised that you would become Tao partners with me and host a wedding for the ages. Have you forgotten? You can't break your promise." She was an extremely independent woman, yet at this moment, she was like a lost child. Her body was trembling, and her tears were unstopping. She continued to plead with Enlin. Enlin opened his mouth as he gazed at her, yet he realized that there was nothing that he could say. He hadn't betrayed anyone in his lifetime. In the end, however, he had still betrayed Xiaolan. With his life essence erased, he could no longer become a heavenly Tao that possessed awareness. His heart shuddered violently. Darkness suddenly covered the sky and swallowed the entire universe. The fractures in the sky were mended by this darkness, and the wanton currents of chaos were also engulfed by this darkness. All signs of a catastrophe were suppressed by this darkness. The tumultuous heaven and earth fell silent. Everyone looked up, gazing at the dark sky. However, they didn't feel any fear. Instead, they felt a sense of tranquility and peace. They had clearly still been facing an apocalypse and panicking in terror just then. Now, however, all of their negative emotions had been soothed by the darkness before them. Such gentle darkness. This thought involuntarily arose in everyone's mind. The man in Su Xiaolan's embrace suddenly became intangible and transparent. "No!" Su Xiaolan exclaimed in panic and fright. She tried to embrace Enlin again, yet all that she could grab was empty space. Enlin could feel everything disappearing from before him. His body didn't listen to his commands anymore as it slowly rose into the sky. "Master! Big brother and woof! Master! Don't leave us! Sect leader!" As if realizing something, tears instantly trickled down everyone's cheeks. Some even tried to drag him back, yet their effort was all for naught. Refusing to listen to his commands, Enlin's body continued to drift toward the sky. It was also at this moment that the ring on his finger flashed. A peculiar black orb materialized in heaven and earth before surging toward the sky and exploding. It formed a connection with the Taichu continent as well as countless different worlds. This is the nascent form of the heavenly Tao. I never imagined that such a matter would exist. Enlin ultimately can't escape the fate of becoming the heavenly Tao, Chun Chun exclaimed. There was astonishment in this voice, yet this couldn't conceal his feeling of desolation. Using his body to mend the heavens, using 5 supreme heavenly gods to recreate the land, and using 6 supreme heavenly gods to recreate the heavenly Tao. This is the most perfect way to mend the heavens, right? Apart from having to sacrifice his own life. There's no need for us to participate in mending the heavens. Nuwa couldn't help but sigh as she witnessed this scene. Is this Enlin's fate? Tao Lord Lu Ye remarked. He discovered that he couldn't do anything at all. There was an expression of sorrow on his face. Anyhow, Enlin recognized that orb of darkness. Both this and the evil-slaying sword had been left to him by the previous heavenly darkness god. However, he had never understood the use of this black orb. After investigating it for a long time, he still hadn't made heads or tails of it. At this moment, he finally understood what it was for. As it turned out, it was for him to sacrifice himself to mend the heavens. The previous heavenly darkness god had truly planned everything to a T. However, Enlin wasn't agitated by this. Instead, he found it to be quite all right. At the very least, he could guarantee the success of mending the heavens. He would die a worthy death. His body slowly drifted toward the sky. He was leaving everything behind. His power, his Tao power, his divine sense, and also his memories. He truly didn't want to leave everything behind. The appearances of those close to him gradually became distant and hazy. Perhaps they had become hazy. Or perhaps he had become hazy. The woman in jade frantically tried to grab onto his hands. Yet her hands passed through him time and time again. However, she still stubbornly persisted, just like how she had painfully waited for him for 100 years. After setting her mind on something, she would pursue it with all her might. There was also Dabai, who was trying to leap onto him. However, his lunges were bound to yield no result, and he could no longer carry his master to soar through the sky. There were also beautiful women rushing toward him, yet they passed through his body as if he didn't exist. Then there was also Xiao Hong, who was as dazzling as the sun. She tried to draw him back with her light, yet why was her radiance becoming weaker and weaker? The adorable ball that only knew how to speak in 4-word idioms seemingly discovered how to speak in more than 4-word idioms. However, Enlin could no longer hear his words clearly. And that large black dragon, it appeared so black. Enlin understood that his adorable companions were unwilling to leave him. He had initially thought that death would be a terrifying thing. However, after seeing his companions trying so hard to grab at him, he suddenly felt a feeling of warmth and gratitude. He felt peaceful and at ease. To a true cultivator, his life was perhaps too short. However, Enlin felt that his life was extremely wholesome. Just like that, he would wave goodbye to the world. His world descended into darkness. Slap! There was a crisp cracking sound. There was also a slight sensation of numbness. There was then a sensation of warmth, softness, and smoothness. This was a wonderful feeling, and it woke Enlin from his dream of darkness. Giant Enlin, I've caught you. This was a crisp and pleasant voice, and it was like the whisper of a fairy. Enlin abruptly opened his eyes, only to see a fairy with long golden hair and emerald green eyes. There was a faint smile on her face as she held onto his hands. His forgotten memories suddenly surged back. Little Na, how did you? Enlin could feel his hazy awareness returning, and he could once again sense the world around him. It was as if he were alive again. Meanwhile, the fairy before him had become tall and slender like a human. Surrounding her shapely figure was dazzling and intertwining divine light. 9 heavenly books materialized around her, releasing an ethereal and transcendent aura. At the same time, the evil-slaying sword was also attracted by some power, and it landed in Tina's hands. As the evil-slaying sword shuddered violently, the power of a heavenly book was stripped. This is the heavenly book of the heavenly light goddess, Enlin said after faltering for a brief moment. He then saw the 10 heavenly books quickly fusing together, transforming into a milky white seed. This seed then shot into the fairy's forehead. As Tina, the paramount goddess of the divine mirror world, I command thee, by the light and darkness of the divine mirror world, by the heaven and earth of the divine mirror world, by the sea and life of the divine mirror world, and by all matters of the divine mirror world, I command thee. Countless blood-colored divine patterns suddenly appeared on Tina's pale and jade-like skin. She pressed her forehead against Enlin's forehead, and at some point in time, her emerald green eyes had already filled with tears. Giant Enlin, don't die. These words pierced through Enlin's soul, and they directly reached the depths of his very being. All of a sudden, a divine mirror appeared. Heaven and earth underwent a drastic change. The mirror that reflected all matter of heaven and earth instantly replaced all darkness in the world. This occurred far too quickly, so much so that Enlin didn't have any time to react. In fact, and Lin didn't even know when his connection with heaven and earth had been comprehensively severed. Just then, he had already experienced the sensation of becoming the heavenly Tao. Now, however, his connection with the heavenly Tao had been completely severed. He had once again become an individual entity. Tina had transformed into a holy fairy who dazzled the entire world as she dragged Lin back to reality. Everyone's emotion was taken on a roller coaster ride. In fact, even Chun Chen, Nuwa, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue, and the other god of creation stage divine beings wore expressions of puzzlement. What in the world had happened? Even though they had witnessed so many peculiar events, and even though they had experienced so many matters, they still couldn't help but feel at a loss at this moment. Little Na, what in the world is going on? What's wrong? And Lin could feel the aura of the fairy becoming unstable and flittering. The warmth on his forehead was as if she were giving him her full and final blessing. It's nothing, Giant and Lin, let little Na shoulder some of your burden for you, Tina said with a soft shake of her head. There was resoluteness behind her smile, and she said, I know that you've always been curious. Why did my divine mirror world suddenly undergo such a huge transformation? In reality, little Na wants to give you a perfect ending. I waited for countless eons, and I tried to think of all solutions. It was all to change this moment. When I crossed the river of time, when I abandoned everything else to walk against the tide, when I finally encountered you again, I was truly so happy. All of my efforts were worth it. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and she continued in a soft voice. I came from the future, and I shouldn't exist in this world. I've already changed the situation of this world to a huge degree. Now, it's time for me to repay this karmic fate. Upon hearing this, and Lin could already feel a sense of unease and foreboding, he tightly grasped her soft and slender hands and said in a frantic voice, What are you going to do? Little Na, what in the world are you going to do? Tina forced a smile upon seeing Lin's frantic and flustered expression, and she replied, Giant and Lin, I've committed the greatest sin in this world. Heaven and earth will definitely strip me of my existence, so my only destiny is to become the heavenly Tao. As she said this, Tina's body started to become transparent. No, don't, and Lin shouted. His expression changed drastically, and a terrifying speculation finally exploded in his mind. He immediately reached over to grab Tina again, yet all he managed to grab was thin air. He could only stare at the fairy who had accompanied him for so many years, gradually becoming faint and transparent. Boundless terror gripped at his mind. This was a feeling worse than death. And Lin finally experienced Su Xiaolan's pain firsthand. Don't, I'm your master, so I command you to not sacrifice yourself for me. Hurry up and return. And Lin roared, I can't return. I shouldn't exist in the first place. So the only way to erase this karmic fate is to become the heavens of this universe. In any case, I'm also more suited to becoming the heavenly Tao than you are. Tina bit her lips, and she stubbornly shook her head as she refused Lin's command. The Tai Chu continent is a clone created on the foundation of the ancient Tai Chu realm. I possess the heavenly Tao of the damaged ancient Tai Chu realm, and my divine mirror world was also created with the foundation of the ancient Tai Chu realm. I've already prepared for this moment since long ago, so no one is more suited to becoming the heavens than me. As if experiencing some attraction, Lu Jin, He Shi, Mou, Tian, and the three-headed spirit all slowly flew toward Tina. As they did so, their bodies also started to become ethereal and transparent. Sorry, you all served a very selfish goddess of creation, Tina said in guilt as she faced the 5 god of creation stage divine beings. We support all of our goddess decisions, Lu Jin said with a hearty laugh. He Shi bowed and said, It's my honor to serve our goddess. Where my heart feels at ease, that place shall be my home, Tian said in a soft voice. There was no sign of anger or grief on the three-headed spirit's faces, and he instead chuckled as he said, Perhaps our lives will improve after we become the heavenly Tao. Mou, thump. The 5 god of creation stage divine beings vanished. Perhaps they had returned to the divine mirror world, or perhaps they had fused into the heavenly Tao. Tina's body also became increasingly transparent, and her aura also rapidly vanished from the world. Replacing her was a complete heavenly Tao that could accommodate all matter. Don't be like this. I'm begging you. Little Na, don't be like this. And Lin showed no regard for anything else as he pursued the increasingly transparent figure of the fairy. However, he couldn't grab onto her at all. She was like a fairy fluttering through the forest, a fairy that mortal humans could neither seek nor capture. The fairy gazed at the man who was doing everything he could to pursue her, and it was as if she had returned to the moment when he had crudely barged into her kingdom and smugly flaunted his wealth. At that time, her heart had shuddered in fright. A mesmerizing smile spread across Tina's face as she vanished into the sky. However, her limpid and spring-like voice still traveled into Lin's ears. Farewell, giant Lin. It was you who allowed me to see the bustling and flourishing world. I also wish that you can continue to live in this beautiful and mesmerizing world. Farewell. 10th year of the Divine Mirror Calendar. After experiencing a colossal calamity, vitality once again returned to the continent. Lush greenery reappeared on the scarred land. The damaged sky was once again clear and blue. Billions upon billions of beings were born again, with the song of birds, the roar of beasts, and the chirp of insects traveling across the lands with the gentle wind. This was an age of flourishing greenery and an age of rejuvenated heaven and earth. It was also during this age that a wedding for the ages was hosted. This was not an ordinary age, and it was instead an age that existed on the level of universal eras. After transitioning to become the Divine Mirror Universe from the initial Taichu universe, this was the first and most magnificent wedding to sweep through the entire universe. This wedding was destined to be the grandest in all history. At the instant that the wedding for the ages started, a galaxy projection swept throughout the entire universe, and rays of iridescent light beamed down on all worlds. To those who lived in the boundless realm of stars, those in the morning could see iridescent clouds, while those in the night could see the dazzling glow of the moon. Not only that, but an announcement also appeared in almost everyone's mind. That was, Lin was about to marry Su Xiaolin. This was an announcement transmitted by the will of the great universe. This was an announcement transmitted by the will of the Divine Mirror Heavenly Tao. Indeed, the protagonists of this wedding for the ages were none other than Lin and Su Xiaolin. Lin had promised to give Su Xiaolin a wedding for the ages. Truthfully speaking, however, Su Xiaolin hadn't imagined that her wedding would be so unimaginably grand. It was as if they yearned to tell the entire universe that Lin was about to marry Su Xiaolin, after which they would accompany each other forever. A joyous atmosphere spread throughout the entire universe. Not only did the central Divine Mirror continent become a sea of wild celebration, but even the beings in the boundless realm of stars were feeling happiness from the bottom of their hearts. This was especially the case when they learned that the couple getting married was none other than the legendary divine Phoenix Maiden, who had reached the God of Creation stage with 2 essential powers several years ago, as well as the courageous man who had saved the entire universe not long ago. They couldn't help but squeal in sheer excitement. In the sky of the Divine Mirror world, vermilion birds soared across the sky from time to time, leaving trails of dazzling and magnificent flames. It was as if the sky were filled with rainbows. A large number of dragons also swooped and spiraled, causing tens of thousands of feet of iridescent light to rise in the air. The appearance of immortal beasts and mythological beasts was already no astonishing matter. Beasts of fortune and prosperity who would appear once every 10,000 years were now appearing one after another. To say nothing of ordinary cultivators, even Tao integration stage supermighty beings hadn't seen so many recognizable or unrecognizable beasts in their lifetimes. Numerous God of Creation stage divine beings who only appeared in legends also showed themselves. Upon arriving on this continent, they all headed over to attend Lin and Su Xiaolan's wedding. This was a moment of grand celebration, and it was also a moment of great significance. Thus, everyone would give Lin and Su Xiaolan face. Even the Void Spirit Tribe, Blood Tribe, and Western Dragon Tribe, once enemies, came bearing gifts with obsequious expressions. Of course, if Lin hadn't invited them, they wouldn't have dared to come. However, this wouldn't prevent them from erecting banners and launching fireworks in their own realms, hosting realm-wide celebrations to celebrate this grand event. Such was their obsequiousness that if Enlil commanded them, they might even wade through fire and water. As for the forces who were on friendly terms with the 4-9 Immortal sect, they were more so rapturous with joy. In fact, some soul formation stage cultivators and return to void stage cultivators could even brag to others because they received an invitation to attend the grand wedding ceremony. Zhao Huayin and Lu Debao more so obtained extremely front row seats, and this caused many return to void stage cultivators to become extremely jealous. Even those who didn't receive invitations crowded before the large screens to watch the live stream. They all abandoned their tasks at hand to watch the universal level live stream. The wedding was about to begin. The purple star state became a world of powerful beings, and it also became a sea of joy and celebration. Right now, the 4-9 Immortal sect had already become the #1 sect in the entire universe. The sect disciples were all filled with vigor and happiness as they attended to the various fine details of the wedding. On the vast realm of the Fallen Phoenix, a territory of the Immortal sect, if one tossed a brick randomly, they were very likely to hit a mighty figure of the cultivation world. On this plane, any random and adorable beast might actually be some return to void stage immortal beast or Tao integration stage mythological beast from the ancient past. As for God of creation stage divine beings, they were the most paramount mighty figures no matter where they went. Thus, they were naturally invited to a specially made resting and viewing area for VIPs. The Heavenly Court, the Vermilion Bird sect, the Mythological Beast sect, the Heavenly Sword sect, the 10,000 Spirits Immortal sect, and the Purple Star Imperial family were naturally the most important of all VIPs. Apart from them, the Buddhist Kingdom of the West Sea Alliance, the Holy Paradise, the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, the Pill Tower, and some other forces were also important VIP forces. Among them, the Dragon King of the Dragon Court was the most elated. Su Xiaolan had blood ties with the Dragon tribe, and even though she treated them with indifference because of their conflict before, she had still at least sent an invitation to the Dragon Palace. Her change in attitude caused the Dragon tribe of the Eastern Seas to become ecstatic for a very long period of time. The entire Ao clan of the Dragon tribe came over to attend this wedding, wishing to see the most powerful member of the entire Dragon tribe. This was a matter of great honor and glory for their entire tribe, and Su Xiaolan was naturally their target for respect and reverence. Meanwhile, Enlin's friends from Earth were the most astounded. Tian Lingling, Yomu, the Savior, Dongfang Shui, and other cultivators all received invitations to the wedding. Upon arriving at the 4-9 Immortal sect, they were all transfixed with shock by the majestic grandeur of the ceremony. Their shock was even greater than that of a country bumpkin traveling to a grand metropolis. They felt as if they had traveled from a primal society into a civilized society. What was the center of the universe? What was the realm to which gods and immortals had to bow? It was here. Any random mighty figure here could easily dominate an entire realm and become their teacher. And Ming Chuan would always dream of his son getting married. Now, his son was finally getting married. However, he suddenly felt some tension in his heart. After entering the world of cultivation, this was the first time he had developed such a feeling. Not in his wildest dreams would he have imagined sitting together and conversing with the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue. Beside him was Nuwa, who was smiling as she poured him tea. This was something that he would never dare to even dream of. Now, however, it was reality. At this moment, and Ming Chuan only wanted to shout, "My son is truly badass." Meanwhile, the wedding was already entering its prologue. 9-colored divine vermilion birds sprinkled gorgeous feathers from the sky. Mythological beasts and celestial maidens who were responsible for performing also arrived at their positions. Sisters, let's practice the heavenly feather immortal fate dance again. During the wedding ceremony, we definitely can't make any mistakes. We have to achieve perfection in combining our Tao realm with our movements. Lin Junjun shouted at her sisters. They returned to the practice stage, where they rehearsed the most brilliant dance routine of the heavenly court. The other celestial maidens all shouted in agreement, and they proceeded to rehearse their dance with determination. The celestial the arch felt both gratification and slight unhappiness as he gazed at his 7 lively and energetic daughters. Humph! These traitorous girls who favor outsiders more than me, they hadn't shown such care and determination when performing at his birthday feast. So be it if they had gifted Lin money in the past. At the very least, that was to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Now, however, what were they trying so hard for? What did they stand to gain? Emperor Qinghua stroked his beard and said with a smile, "These girls are trying so hard. Humph! They're not the main performers of this wedding ceremony. Yet they're acting as if they are. They're rehearsing with such determination and vigor." The celestial the arch pursed his lips and said, "What can they do? The sun and moon dance, especially prepared by the 4-9 immortal sects Xiaohong and the moon palace's Chang'e, is far too mesmerizing. There's simply no way to compete with them." Emperor Ziwei said with a sigh of emotion. Almost all of the most paramount beings in the universe have come to attend this ceremony. Thus, even if they're not the main performance, they can still show their faces to everyone present. This can bring them quite some immortal opportunities, so don't be grumpy about it. Emperor Tian Huang, someone who usually spoke few words and showed few emotions, said with a hearty laugh. Emperor Changsheng nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, even to us, this wedding is a grand event. Thus, we have to savor this special moment." While the heavenly emperors were chit-chatting, a voluptuous woman in red sat upon a colossal golden snail who looked like a sculpture of golden jade. The snail slowly slithered toward the viewing stands. Quality check of the viewing stands, perfection. Check of the wedding altar, perfection. Big Boss Lin has perfectly realized everything that he planned, the mighty snail said with a bobble of its head. Teehee, Holy Lord Tianhua, let's examine everything again, the woman in red said with a giggle. This is our most important project, so we definitely have to transform it into our benchmark project. There are so many supreme beings present, so this is also a good opportunity to advertise our quality and professionalism. Definitely, Holy Lord Tian was said with a wave of its tentacles. The number 1 architect of the Tai Chu continent carefully examined all of the various structures. In the core region of the viewing platform, a breathtakingly beautiful young girl with dark green hair, tangerine-colored eyes, and flourishing vitality felt slightly uneasy as she looked around at her surroundings. She didn't understand why she had caught Lin's eyes. Moreover, he had mentioned some strange things about a secret deal, splitting up some supreme heavenly god power, and something about an independent miniature heavenly Tao and reincarnation. He had then forcefully brought her over and even sent a young turtle woman to keep an eye on her. Beside the young girl, a crowd of pet beasts was fervently attending to some matters. Dabai was wagging his tongue and leering at the stunningly beautiful celestial maidens with Xianxia. "Wow, this one is beautiful. Her figure is so great. Woof. Oh, the eyes of this woman are so mesmerizing. Woof, woof, woof." Never before had Dabai seen so many beauties from so many different realms and tribes. With his tongue wagging, he lay down on the floor and didn't want to move anymore. Xianxia wasn't as perverted as Dabai. Right now, he was flapping his small wings and murmuring forward idioms about a match made in heaven, joyousness, happiness, eternal loyalty, and so on. It was clear that he had fully recovered from his inability to recite idioms. Meanwhile, Xiao Chao's eyes were flashing on and off and sweeping here and there. They were like theater lights, and they caused the atmosphere to become even more lively and boisterous. The stunningly beautiful Bai Yao was leaning on his side. One of them was stunningly beautiful, and one of them was stunningly ugly. This truly attracted the gazes of many people. Elsewhere, a sweet and gentle-looking woman in colorful clothes held a platter in her hands and handed out candy of fortune to the guests. She was none other than Lin's pet beast, Little Goo. Of course, she had now changed her nickname to Little Colorful. Meanwhile, Little Mushroom, the last member to join Lin's group of pet beasts, originally had different expressions on each of its 99 petals. Now, however, they were all wearing wide and beaming smiles. It flashed these smiles at those beside the group of pet beasts, and as the passers-by saw its smiles, They couldn't help but also feel a sensation of happiness. And Lin's group of servants was even busier. Merlin, Cassidy, Tobias, and the other members of the blood tribe were all acting as bartenders. Meanwhile, the triplets, Jean Ling, Jean Yao, and Ada, were dressed in adorable golden skirts as they acted as singers to liven the atmosphere. They used their pleasant and cheery voices to sing songs of celebration. Elsewhere, Donghua and the white-scale wolf god acted as guides for the visitors. As for the demonic frost star, it was responsible for transporting goods as well as guests. It continued to drift back and forth across the sky, and Lin's 3 disciples didn't laze around either. Xiao Zhe and Xiao Tu acted as dragon dancers, and they led the Azure Dragon tribe to soar through the sky. They held radiant beads in their mouths, and they also breathed iridescent clouds into the surroundings. This was a splendid spectacle. Yiling also changed out from her normal black robes, and she was now wearing a beautiful floral dress. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and her eyes were filled with spirit as she smiled beautifully. She was like that energetic girl from next door, and she appeared extremely youthful and adorable. She was full of enthusiasm as she welcomed the visitors from Earth. Being as amiable as she was, those from Earth who hadn't witnessed such a grand scene before felt much more at ease. In fact, the 4-9 Immortal sect wasn't short of helpers. With a single command, those in the servant group, pet beast group, or in Lin's disciples would all be willing to rush forward to help. They wouldn't laze around, especially since this was the wedding of their favorite person. They wanted to participate and they enjoyed being involved. If anyone dared to steal these tasks from them, they would instead turn around to fight with that person. Wow, look at that person. He's so handsome. Who is he? A female human representative from the realm of stars exclaimed. Her heart fluttered as she gazed at that handsome man who had a gentle gaze. This man was seemingly welcoming the human guests, and he wore a beaming and infectious smile. Heh! Stop dreaming. He's Shenyuan Cheng, the pavilion lord of the 4-9 Immortal Sect's Spirit Pavilion. Do you see the shapely woman beside him? That's Shenyuan Cheng's Dao partner, Shu Honglan. A female cultivator whispered to the celestial maiden who had made the remark. Sigh. So he's already taken. The celestial maiden said with a sigh of disappointment. Sure enough, the male cultivators of the 4-9 Immortal sect were all extremely popular. They had to be careful who they fangirled over. Upon thinking of this, her mind couldn't help but wander to that most popular man in the entire universe. From today onward, he would also be taken. However, everyone viewed this as the most perfect conclusion. No one dared to question this match, and no one dared to say that they were worthy of him. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were truly a match made in heaven. Anyhow, Shenyuan Cheng could definitely be considered as the poster boy for all male cultivators. Just by standing there, he could already draw countless gazes. If it weren't for Shu Honglan standing guard beside him, Shenyuan Cheng would have perhaps been surrounded by countless celestial maidens asking for a conversation and asking for his contact details already. I'm so jealous of Shenyuan Cheng. He's clearly got a Dao partner already, yet he can still receive so much attention, Tang Shimin said with emotion as he glanced at the female cultivators who were constantly stealing glances at Shenyuan Cheng. Wang Xuanzhan patted Tang Shimin's shoulder, and there was a resolute expression on his sculpted face as he said, Cultivators don't necessarily need women, Tang Shimin, but I feel extremely lonely. Men are also fine, Wang Xuanzhan said with a solemn expression. Tang Shimin's dazed expression gradually transformed into one of shock and disbelief. He then quickly wriggled free from Wang Xuanzhan's hand, which was resting on his shoulder, and he leaped aside as quickly as he could. Senior Wang, please spare me. I'm not into this fetish. Wang Xuanzhan's expression darkened, and he said, What in the world are you saying? I was talking about brotherly relationships, passionate brotherly relationships. This can also fill the void in your heart. Yes, you're correct. Oh, that's right. I still have some important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first, Tang Shimin said before speeding off into the distance, leaving a dark-faced Wang Xuanzhan. Gather around, everyone. The wedding ceremony is about to begin. the ancient dragon empress shouted at the members of the heaven-crushing sect. They all walked toward an extremely good area of the viewing platform. Chen Chun and Shui Yan were also among them, and they were more so sitting at the same table. Shui Yan's face was flushed red, and she would occasionally steal a glance at Chen Chun. Meanwhile, Chen Chun wore a serious expression as he watched the lively performances nearby. Time slowly passed. Boom, 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 boom. The celebratory cannons started to go off. At the same time, bursts of resplendent ice and fire exploded in the sky. The fireworks of ice and water sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. Led by Shangguan Yi, Mengji, Yanhua, and the others, hundreds of snow maidens then trod across drifting snow and into the sky. As their graceful blue sleeves danced across the air, countless beautiful ice crystals bloomed in the sky. This was a delightful performance. At the same time, hundreds of disciples from the Vermilion Bird sect who were led by Mo Hai, Lan Yen, Yang Yuan, Lu Jiaji, and the others unleashed bursts of colorful flaming flowers into the sky. These flowers intertwined and fought for beauty with the flowers of ice. This was a spectacular display of ice and fire. This was also an iconic sight marking the end of their hostilities and the beginning of their friendship. As a legendary god of creation stage divine being, the ice matriarch also personally stepped forward to perform. This drew endless words of praise from the guests. They were astounded, and they finally experienced firsthand the grandeur and might of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Shangguan Yi stood atop the clouds, with her blue dress billowing in the wind. She was like a fairy who had walked out from amid the snow. Her eyes were gazing into the distance, and she wore a mesmerizing smile as she waved the staff in her hands. With her crisp and pleasant voice, she announced, "Next, let us welcome the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect and the groom of today's wedding, Lin." Upon hearing this announcement, all of the guests erupted in fervor and excitement. Regardless of whether they were ordinary cultivators or supreme beings who ruled over an entire realm, everyone stood up to give their heartfelt applause. In fact, some celestial maidens even started to squeal in excitement. Pure and beautiful white was the main color of the altar. Under the watchful gazes of everyone, a man slowly descended upon this altar on a 7-colored cloud. He was none other than the groom of today's wedding, Lin. Lin was dressed in a large red robe that symbolized fortune and festivity, and there was also an exquisite black immortal crown that was decorated with golden patterns sitting on his head. He was standing tall and proud, and there was a hint of extreme eagerness on his warm and smiling face. Upon seeing so many people squealing for him and giving him their blessings, he couldn't help but reveal a rare hint of shyness. "Look, Your Majesty, that's the underling whom you once accepted. He even saved the entire universe. Impressive, huh?" Lu Qianhuan, who was dressed in blue and white sorceress robes, said with a smile to an adorable young girl who was wearing a royal crown. "How outstanding. That time, I actually took a paramount being as my underling." The young girl clicked her tongue in wonder and slight disbelief as she looked at the unimaginably dazzling man. However, upon recalling his farewell to her, she couldn't help but smile. Beside the grand path that led to the altar, the 7 celestial maidens started to perform their exquisite and well-rehearsed dance. The Spirit Maiden and Tian Immorso stood beside them to provide heavenly immortal music, singing moving songs that could even trigger countless phenomena of heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it was the divine mirror continent or the myriad of other realms, large symbols of Shi-One appeared in the skies above. All of them. The wedding had officially begun. "Now, please allow our groom to invite the bride, Su Xiaolan, to the altar," Shangguan Yi announced. At this instant, dragons howled and phoenixes cried. Xiao Zhe and the phoenix, Xiao Huang, swooped through the sky. Like rain and like mists, the most beautiful petals slowly drifted from the sky. Standing on the pure altar and gazing at the nearby bride's room that rested at the end of the grand path, Lin slightly curled his finger. A red string materialized on the ring finger of his left hand, and this red string then slowly swam along the splendid path and into the bride's room. It was as if this red string were joining the fate and destinies of two people. One party had already delivered the red string, and he was waiting for the other party to reply. At this moment, it was as if no one was paying any attention to the dragons and phoenixes or the surrounding dances. Everyone was filled with anticipation as they gazed at the red string. Inside the bride's room, the woman dazedly stared at her own reflection in the mirror. She was breathtakingly beautiful today. It was impossible to find any woman more beautiful than her in the world. However, she was still feeling anxious and she was still feeling fidgety. What if Lin didn't like her makeup? Was her makeup truly perfect? Was there still any room for improvement? Is it truly okay? Su Xiaolan murmured to herself. As the most perfect human, I guarantee that there's no problem. Bai Ling, the makeup artist, said with confidence. There's no need to be doubtful. You're the most beautiful woman in the entire universe. Su Xiaolan's lashes shuddered upon hearing this, and she felt slightly more reassured. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She discovered that she was extremely tense and nervous at this moment. Everything had already been prepared, yet her heartbeat was still extremely quick. Her smile could clearly mesmerize all beings, and her beauty could clearly conceal any imperfections. Yet she still felt extremely unconvinced. Her slender and jade-like fingers lightly brushed against her pale and delicate face. As she blinked, her watery eyes were as mesmerizing as could be. They were beautiful enough to send waves through the deepest depths of one's heart. She was wearing a phoenix-like headdress and a stunning red bridal dress. Her lips were soft and supple, and her eyes were bright and radiant. Indeed, she was flawless in her beauty. At this moment, a red string slowly entered the bride's chamber and stopped by Su Xiaolan's finger. It slightly coiled around itself, and it was as if it were asking for Su Xiaolan's finger. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but smile upon seeing this. If this smile were seen by someone, perhaps they would be transfixed with intoxication for a long while. It's time to head out, Bai Ling said with a smile. Su Xiaolan gave a faint nod. She reached over with her slender hands, and she tied the red string around the ring finger of her left hand. She took a deep breath and looked at the billowing red curtain. Behind that curtain, a man was waiting for her. And Lin is probably also feeling extremely nervous, right? She imagined Lin's nervous expression. A smile tugged at her lips, and a sense of boundless warmth appeared in her eyes. She then stood up and walked toward the door. Thunderous cheers swept across the viewing stands. Su Xiaolan pushed the red curtains aside and appeared before everyone. She was wearing a faint smile, and as she looked toward the altar, she locked eyes with the man in red. At this moment, both of their hearts fluttered. And Lin was also smiling, yet the rims of his eyes suddenly reddened. Su Xiaolan forcefully suppressed her churning emotions, and she told herself not to cry. If she cried, it was possible that her makeup would be ruined. At this most blessed and most splendid moment, she definitely couldn't cry. Under everyone's blessing, and amid immortal music and iridescent lights, she took graceful yet heavy steps toward Lin. At this moment, a piece of red string was connecting their ring fingers together. This red string became shorter and shorter, and the distance between the two people became lesser and lesser. Even though there were dancing celestial maidens, and even though there were countless immortal beasts and mythological beasts glowing with divine light, none of them could cover the grace and elegance of Su Xiaolan. At this moment, her beauty was far too mesmerizing. As they gazed at her, even the heartbeats of female cultivators quickened. In fact, they even forgot to breathe. She was definitely a divine maiden of unsurpassed elegance and beauty who could intoxicate all beings. In her eyes, however, there was only a single person, Lin. She continued to walk forward. However, as she gazed at the man on the altar, sparkling tears involuntarily rolled down her cheeks. These tears pitter-pattered down onto the lush red carpet beneath her feet. She had promised herself not to cry, yet after such a short time, she had already embarrassed herself before the entire universe. Standing beside the grand path, Lan Xiaoni was holding onto the bubble wand that Lin had given her and blowing dreamy and illusory bubbles. These bubbles caused the scene to appear even more beautiful and romantic. Upon seeing Su Xiaolan shed tears, the eyes of many other people also reddened in emotion. In fact, tears were already streaking down Su Qianyun's face. She had witnessed almost all of Enlin's and Su Xiaolan's struggles, so she understood just how difficult it had been for them to reach this step. She also understood just how wonderful and magnificent this moment was for them. At some point in time, Su Xiaolan had already arrived before Enlin. Following the guide of the red string, she placed her hands into his. Their fingers locked together, and the red string fused into their palms. Thunderous cheers and words of blessing flowed forth from the viewing stands again. Enlin and Su Xiaolan gazed deep into each other's eyes. Their hands were locked together, and their connected figure appeared so perfect and harmonious. It was as if they were an eternal painting. Shangguan Yi descended from the sky, and she continued to fulfill her role as the master of this ceremony. After all, the bride and groom still needed to complete their formal vows and worships. Never in her wildest dreams had Shangguan Yi imagined that someone as unfortunate as herself would actually become the master of ceremonies for such a magnificent wedding. It could be said that this was a display of utmost trust. Shangguan Yi was extremely serious about this, and after saying some introductory words, she finally moved on to the most important step of the wedding ceremony: worshipping. Indeed, even when immortals became Tao partners, they still had to abide by this tradition. Shangguan Yi cleared her throat and said with a dignified expression, "Next, the bride and groom shall complete their worships. The first bow is to heaven and earth." Upon hearing this, both Enlin and Su Xiaolan turned toward some direction. Before the wedding altar, an extremely slender and lively fairy was smiling joyfully as she gazed at the two people. Upon realizing that the two people were about to bow at her, she flapped her golden wings and tried her best to put on a dignified expression of the heavens. Indeed, she was none other than Tina. She was Tina, the fairy who willingly sacrificed herself for Enlin and became the heavenly Tao. However, she didn't die. While becoming the heavenly Tao, she found a new path and directly offloaded the supreme heavenly earth power to Enlin. She used the divine mirror heavenly Tao to forcefully replace the Tai Chu heavenly Tao. By doing so, she managed to retain her awareness and existence. She had successfully become the paramount heavenly Tao while maintaining her own awareness and life form. This was all thanks to the powerful nature of her divine mirror world, as well as the support of the complete heavenly books from the ancient Tai Chu realm. Tina was currently creating a new universe, and she was creating a miracle with no precedent. She had exceeded the legends of all God of creation stage divine beings, and she had even managed to erase the Tai Chu barrier erected by Pengu. If it weren't for her, this wedding wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion throughout the universe either. This was completely a result of her whim. She was all-powerful, so she had acted as she pleased. It was thanks to her that Enlin and Su Xiaolan could experience the joy of today. Thus, they were extremely willing and happy to perform this vow. They held hands, and they bowed deeply at the fairy in unison. Tina was extremely flustered, and her heart was racing at 1,000 miles an hour. "Master is actually bowing at one of his pet beasts?" she exclaimed in her mind. "No, even though this feels amazing, it isn't reasonable at all. Not at all." With this in mind, Tina also bowed at Enlin and Su Xiaolan with a flustered expression. Everyone, even the God of creation stage divine beings, was stunned upon seeing this. Holy fuck, what's going on? Tina is also bowing at Enlin and Su Xiaolan? When others bow to heaven and earth, they're truly bowing to heaven and earth. When Enlin and Su Xiaolan bow to heaven and earth, however, not only is heaven and earth materializing before them, but it's even returning a bow to them. I've got to say, this is truly a remarkable scene, Tao Lord Luya exclaimed. He became increasingly certain that Enlin was a paramount being who he couldn't provoke. Enlin and Su Xiaolan were also dumbfounded upon seeing Tina's reaction. Tina looked up, and she shot a slightly embarrassed and uneasy glare at them. The ceremony had seemingly gone astray. Things had seemingly been stuffed up? Ha ha ha! And Lin was the first to burst into laughter. Wah! Giant and Lin, Sister Xiaolin. I'm truly so sorry. I was unable to compose myself. After all, how can you bow to me? This is truly testing my heart. Tina pursed her lips and said with an apologetic and slightly aggrieved expression. What are you saying? Su Xiaolan said as she stroked Tina's soft golden hair. She smiled and continued, We'll perform our bows, and you can perform yours. There's no conflict here. Am I right? Tina blinked in puzzlement before nodding and saying, That seems to be correct. The three of them exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter. As they exchanged glances, they all understood each other's thoughts. Everything was still the same as before. How marvelous! The second bow is to your parents, Shangguanyi said with a smile. However, her heart was filled with grief and self-criticism. Sure enough, things still went awry. It's all my fault. And Lin and Su Xiaolin held hands as they turned around to face and Mingchuan and Zhu Shuza, who were sitting above the altar. They bowed deeply toward them. The rims of Mingchuan's and Zhu Shuza's eyes were red with emotion, and they both put on the demeanor of elders as they smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. They both watched Lin and Su Xiaolin grow up. From small and unknowing children, they had already grown up and were now getting married. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion in their minds. In their eyes, Lin wasn't the #1 battle god of the universe. Similarly, Su Xiaolin wasn't a peerless celestial maiden who had reached the god of creation stage with 2 essential powers. Instead, this couple was merely children who they had watched over as they grew up. Now, they were finally able to find their own happiness. This was truly a cause for celebration. The final bow is between bride and groom, Shangguanyi announced in a loud voice. Both sun and moon hung high in the sky at the same time. The sky was blue, the clouds were white, and there was also a backdrop of twinkling stars. And Lin and Su Xiaolin exchanged a glance, and they could both see the joy and eager anticipation in each other's eyes. They would accompany each other forever. They would live together with Tao for all eternity. Amid the rain of petals, and under the brilliant sun and moon summoned by Xiao Hong and Chang'e, the two of them bowed deeply toward each other. The promise between them, the promise of 100 years, was finally fulfilled at this moment. This bow represented the infinite blessings and promises between Lin and Su Xiaolin. To meet such a partner in their life, this was truly a blessing. Regardless of whether it was the guests who were present, regardless of whether it was the people who were watching on the live streams, at this moment, cheers and applause soared through the heavens. Countless sincere blessings and countless gazes of envy all gathered upon that couple who was blessed by the heavens. A sweet smile spread across Shangguanyi's face. The wedding has finished with perfection. Everything has gone smoothly. At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly traveled over. Kiss! Kiss! Tina suddenly shouted in excitement. Even the heavens were shouting this, so the guests naturally chimed in. They all started to shout, Kiss! Kiss! If you don't kiss, then you're a small dog, woof. Dabai barked in excitement. His words drew laughter from many people around him. And Lin naturally heard Dabai's bark as well, and he couldn't help but chuckle. If he didn't kiss, then he was a small dog? However, this mattered not. After all, Lin would definitely kiss the bride. At the very least, this was what everyone thought. However, Lin suddenly opened his mouth and, woof, woof, woof. The boisterous surroundings suddenly fell silent. Why was he suddenly barking like a dog? He would rather become a dog than kiss the bride? The rabbit maiden had still been squeaking like a rabbit just then. Yet she suddenly fell silent. Dabai was also stupefied. Just what in the world was going on? Shangguanyi was more so pushed to the verge of tears. What on earth was Lin doing? Was he regretting this marriage? What should she do? She didn't know how to deal with such a situation. What? It's all my fault. Being the goddess of misfortune that I am, I shouldn't have agreed to become the master of ceremonies. Su Xiaolan faltered upon hearing this. However, when she saw Lin's gentle expression, she suddenly recalled their first meeting with each other, their meeting at the gates of the United University of Cultivation. They had both been filled with youth and energy, and they had both been looking forward to a bright and exciting future. And Lin had been clueless about cultivation. Su Xiaolan had been a bright and cheerful young woman. The two of them had met at that most beautiful moment. However, they had faced the awkwardness of a language barrier. At that time, and Lin had suddenly barked like a dog, and Su Xiaolan had been fearful that she had come across a dog spirit. That was the beginning of their story. At that time, neither of them realized. Neither of them realized that they had come across their soul companion. This was a small secret shared between the two of them. Time flew by, yet it was as if that were yesterday. That was the beginning of their story. Now, they were about to embark on a new chapter of life. At the scene of the wedding, everyone was astonished and flustered. However, Su Xiaolan suddenly smiled. Her smile was extremely sweet. She understood Lin's intention, and her voice also became incredibly gentle. Woof, woof. Everyone's jaw fell to the ground. I also love you, dog spirit. Husband. The woman closed her eyes. She then leaned forward and passionately kissed the man before her. This moment became one of eternity. In the blink of an eye, and Lin and Su Xiaolan had already enjoyed 90 happy years together as Dao partners. During these 90 years, Cassidy, Long Outyen, and Shui Zhantian reached the Dao integration stage. In fact, even Bai Ling, the most flawless human being, started to earnestly cultivate, reaching the Dao integration stage. Moreover, she only took a measly 10 years to reach the Dao integration pinnacle stage. During his spare time, and Lin also refined a new physical body for Shui Mengmeng, the blood patriarch. This allowed him to become more accustomed to this world and eventually reach the God of Creation stage again. The 4-9 Immortal sect gained yet another God of Creation stage divine being. After acting as a bodyguard for 100 years, the Rabbit Maiden was also unable to resist the temptation of Lin's persuasions and invitation. Before she knew it, she had also become a member of the 4-9 Immortal sect. Counting carefully, the 4-9 Immortal sect already had more than 10 members who were either at or could rival God of Creation stage divine beings. Su Xiaolan and Lin Shangguan-yi, the Blood Patriarch, He Shi, Mou Lu Jin Tian-yi, the Three-Headed Spirit, Xiaohong, Bai Ling, and Tina, who was even transcendent above God of Creation stage divine beings. The 4-9 Immortal sect was undoubtedly the #1 sect in the entire universe. However, the miracles of this sect were still continuing. Giant and Lin, Sister Xiaolan, hurry up. The blessed day that I've calculated for you is almost here, Tina exclaimed. She was wearing an adorable green dress and gracefully flying around under the warm glow of the sun. Her skin was smooth and jade-like, and her hands were clasped behind her back as she cheerfully gazed at the two people who were busily preparing something. Okay, let me comprehend that pinnacle feeling for a while longer, and Lin said as he sat cross-legged on a tall platform. He was wearing a slightly tense expression, but this couldn't hide his expression of eager anticipation. Su Xiaolan opened her bright and limpid eyes and said with a faint smile, I'm ready. Wife, why are you so reliable? Haven't you always known that I'm a reliable person? Su Xiaolan raised her eyebrows and asked. What are you two still talking about? It's already such a time, Tina said with a red face. Exactly. There are so many people watching, and Lin said as he gazed at his friends and other supreme beings who were here to support him. His face was flushed slightly red. I've already used a spell technique to create a barrier, so no one can hear us speaking, Su Xiaolan said with confidence. And Lin glanced at Tina and asked, Then why can little Na hear? The two of them suddenly fell silent. Tina's face flushed an even deeper shade of red, and she casually turned around to gaze at the sky, acting as if she hadn't heard anything. And Lin, what are they talking about? Why are all three of them suddenly going red in the face? Xiao Hong swayed her bright red head and asked in curiosity. Heh, you don't understand, do you? Woof. Dabai cracked a grin and continued. With such an expression, they're naturally talking about matters regarding cultivation. People will go red-faced when talking about cultivation? Yi Ling asked in astonishment. Of course. There can also be conflicts of ideals in cultivation, so they'll naturally also experience situations where they go red-faced with emotion while debating and arguing. This is especially the case when the topic pertains to some sensitive matters. Woof, Dabai said with a serious expression. Oh. Yiling nodded as if in understanding. What's the point of arguing so much? Just decide everything with a fight. With lofty ambitions that transcend clouds, that drift for tens of thousands of miles, and that exceed the highest of heavens. Master is already so freakish, so after he transcends, his future will definitely be the limitless universe. Shui Zhantian flapped his small wings and exclaimed with a passionate expression. Right now, he no longer mentioned matters about shattering the skies or crushing the heavens. After all, the paramount heavenly Tao was none other than Tina. Thus, he naturally couldn't crush his own companion. I hope that both student Enlin and student Su Xiaolan can succeed in their transcendence, Su Qinyun said, as she clasped her hands together in prayer. Rest assured, with the blessing of the paramount heaven, Tina, they can definitely succeed, Shen Yuancheng said with a beaming smile. He didn't seem worried at all. News of Enlin and Su Xiaolan preparing to transcend and enter into a higher realm once again sent waves of astonishment and commotion throughout the entire continent. Everyone experienced the same feeling. That was, no one could stop Enlin and Su Xiaolan from performing miracles. In fact, Su Xiaolan had already experienced transcendence while still at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. However, for the sake of Enlin, she had abandoned that opportunity. After reaching the God of Creation stage, and after communicating with Tina and Enlin, she had now discovered a method to transcend while still maintaining her own personality and awareness. Meanwhile, this was the first time for Enlin. However, he was no pushover either. He possessed the 6 complete supreme heavenly Tao powers of the Taichu continent, and after 100 years of refining, he had already nurtured them into the complete heavenly Tao of the Taichu continent. Although the heavenly Tao of the Taichu continent had been kicked aside by Taichu continent, its attribute as the heavenly Tao hadn't decreased or weakened. Thus, with his Tao integration pinnacle stage physique, Enlin had forcefully given himself a complete heavenly Tao. This was equivalent to not having a chicken, but still being able to birth the most noble and powerful egg. This was absolutely heaven-defying, even more so than Tina's feats. Perhaps there was only a difference in opening the heavens between Enlin and Tina. Anyhow, this was his opportunity to transcend. I'm also ready. Enlin took a deep breath and said to Tina, Alrighty. I wish both of you good luck, Tina said with a smile. Dazzling golden divine light suddenly burst forth from her eyes, enveloping both Enlin and Su Xiaolan. By my name as the divine mirror goddess of creation, I bestow upon Enlin and Su Xiaolan my greatest blessings. At this moment, Enlin and Su Xiaolan felt as if the entire universe were helping them. An azure dragon and vermilion bird soared out from Su Xiaolan's body, swooping through the heavenly Tao and entering an extremely mysterious and ethereal realm. Azure dragon, vermilion bird, twin essential powers witnessed the true meaning. Enlin raised his pitch-black evil-slaying sword and launched a slash at the sky. Tai Chu, god of creation, open the heavens. This was a phenomenon that astounded the entire continent. Enlin's and Su Xiaolan's bodies gradually became transparent. Under the gazes of countless beings, their presence also rose explosively, reaching an unimaginable height. Their auras also became ethereal and transcendent as they gradually vanished from the spot. In the divine mirror universe, and above the paramount heavenly Tao, there was a vast and indescribable Tao. The two figures held hands as they ventured forward. Beneath their feet, there were billions upon trillions of planets and stars. That was a colorful universe that possessed limitless wonders. Enlin and Su Xiaolan appeared above the great Tao. It was also at this moment that they attained enlightenment. This Tao was called truth. The two of them continued to advance. At some point in time, they suddenly saw 3 other figures which also appeared ethereal and transcendent. They were gathered around some spot, under which lay a boundless universe. With the universe as their board and with the countless beings as their pieces, they were leisurely playing a game of Go. Oh, there's a new transcendent being? one of the figures said in interest. This was a dark blue and indescribable life form that possessed countless tentacles. It's actually a pair, another life form said in astonishment. This was a monstrous being who possessed a sinister body and was radiating with a petrifying aura. Its body was filled with flames, and it possessed the heads of 9 different and peculiar life forms. A whale-shaped life form that was covered in white feathers and radiating with a holy light that was capable of enveloping an entire universe squinted its limpid white eyes and mused. This life form, humans? I've seen a human before, and that person was also a transcendent being. Heh! Hurry up, tell us, how did you two transcend? The indescribable blue life form asked. It was extremely enthusiastic, and it continued, I'm called Meng Qi, and that vicious-looking being is called the 9 Forms Tao Ancestor. That being who looks like a pushover is called Ruler by Luo. And Lin and Su Xiaolan exchanged a glance before deciding to approach the 3 figures. To show their friendliness, the 3 beings had taken the initiative to introduce themselves first. I'm called Meng Qi, and I comprehended the void essential power in the paramount Great Hongmeng universe. I managed to instantly transform the entire void into a peculiar point, thereby transcending the original heavenly Tao and successfully become a transcendent being. Meng Qi chuckled and said in the introduction. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were stunned upon hearing this. This was definitely a vicious being, transforming the entire void into a peculiar point. Then what about all of the beings in the universe? At this time, the vicious-looking 9 Forms Tao Ancestor said, My name is the 9 Forms Tao Ancestor, and I cultivated the blood battle essential power. I pummeled all of the God of Creation stage divine beings in my paramount universe into submission, and I rescued the beings of the entire universe, who were being held captive and having their life forces drained. It was through such that I transcended. And Lin gulped upon hearing this. This villainous-looking being was actually the savior of an entire universe. Was it this immensely powerful? The whale-looking life form opened its mouth and said in a clear and ethereal voice, I am Ruler by Luo, and I cultivated the great salvation essential power. I once transformed all of the beings in a dozen or so universes into the most perfect whales. I saved countless beings, and I ultimately created a paramount universe wherein I discovered the true meaning and successfully transcended. And Lin and Su Xiaolan gasped upon hearing this. Just what kind of true meaning was this? Su Xiaolan pondered for a brief moment before saying, I'm the divine phoenix maiden, and I transcended because I perfectly fused the azure dragon essential power and the vermilion bird essential power. The 3 transcendent beings were wide-eyed with shock upon hearing this. They drew a sharp breath of true meaning. Twin essential powers? Are you for real? It's truly possible to obtain 2 essential powers in this world. Su Xiaolan smiled and remained silent. She didn't reply to their astonishment. The 3 transcendent beings realized that Su Xiaolan was no easy person. They couldn't help but turn their gazes to Enlin and ask in a slightly respectful voice, This friend, what is your essential power, and how did you attain Tao? Enlin blinked upon hearing this, and he reminisced about his journey as a cultivator. Me? I don't have any essential power. The 3 transcendent beings were astounded again. You transcended without an essential power? From the perspective of cultivation, this doesn't make any sense. Why in the world is this? And Lin chuckled and said, Why? Perhaps it's because I'm a fake cultivator, above the universe. This was the path of truth that countless beings couldn't reach. Here, several beings who were transcendent above all matter were currently engaged in a conversation. Perhaps I'm a fake cultivator. The man's voice was calm, and this greatly astonished all of the other transcendent beings. This was the truth. At the same time, however, it also represented a unique and profound Tao. Meng Qi, Ruler by Luo, and the 9 Forms Tao Ancestor didn't dare to underestimate the man in white because of this. From the man's body, they could sense the might of a vast and boundless universe. It was as if he could unleash the might of a paramount universe with a simple wave of his hand. He was definitely no pushover. Dare I ask for your title? Ruler by Luo asked in a respectful voice, and Lin's eyes darted about. He felt like directly giving his name would seem too ordinary, so he pondered for a moment before replying, "Others all refer to me as the Paramount Heavenly Darkness God." Paramount Heavenly Darkness God. The expressions of the three transcendent beings instantly changed upon hearing this. This was especially the case with ruler Bai Luo, who cultivated a holy light that was powerful enough to illuminate the entire universe. He was extremely animated upon hearing this. However, they wouldn't conclude the good or evil of a being purely from whether they practiced light or darkness. They were all transcendent beings, and they were all mature beings. Thus, they would consider such problems from a different perspective. Heavenly Darkness God, Divine Phoenix Maiden, judging from your auras, it seems like you haven't pushed open the gate of truth yet? Meng Qi asked in a friendly manner, and Lin and Su Xiaolan nodded in reply. The Nine Forms Tao ancestor pointed toward the path of truth and said, "The gate of truth is over there, the pinnacle of truth and the summit of Tao. That place is a culmination of all your understanding and comprehension of the world. Go on, head over to open the gate of truth." Meng Qi, a jellyfish-like creature who had countless galaxial tentacles, smiled and said, "I was incompetent, and I only managed to open 6 gates." The Nine Forms Tao ancestor immediately rolled his eyes, all 18 of them. He huffed and said, "We know you open the most gates. Okay? There's no need to emphasize it so many times. The Heavenly Darkness God and the Divine Phoenix Maiden don't know, right?" Meng Qi said with a serious expression. "There's a different number of gates of truth that one can open?" Su Xiaolan asked in surprise. "Naturally," ruler Bai Luo replied. "The more gates of truth one opens, the greater the number of truths one understands. In turn, this allows them to accept and fuse together with a more profound power. Of course, this only represents the truths that you understand at the current moment. According to legends, there have been transcendent beings who have walked the path of truth again after opening several gates of truth. They were able to witness the gates of truth again, and they even managed to open more of them." Ruler Bai Luo spoke in a meaningful voice. Meng Qi swayed his tentacles and said, "That's only a legend. In any case, I've never witnessed such a phenomenon before. How many gates you can open now is how many gates you can open in the future. This represents the pinnacle state of a transcendent being. Our journeys have already reached their conclusion." There was a hint of emotion in his voice as he said this. In fact, there was even a slight hint of desolation from a lonely being who had reached the pinnacle and yearned for competitors. "So how many gates of truth are there?" And Lin asked. 9 is the pinnacle of digits. According to legends, there are 9 gates in total. The Nine Forms Tao ancestor replied. However, we've never seen any transcendent being opening all 9 gates of truth. Meng Qi nodded and said, "Ordinary transcendent beings can only open 1 to 2 gates. More powerful beings can open 3 to 4 gates. Those who can open 5 or more gates have generally transcended by creating or destroying a paramount universe." And Lin nodded in understanding. Just then, Meng Qi had said that he had comprehended the essence of void. With this comprehension, he had transformed a paramount universe into a peculiar point. In other words, he had destroyed a paramount universe. It was because of this that he had transcended from the universe and become a paramount being. It was also because of this that he could open 6 gates of truth. A while ago, I saw an impressive transcendent being called Pangu. Apparently, he transcended by creating a paramount universe called the Tai Chu universe. He opened 7 gates right before my very eyes. The Nine Forms Tao ancestor said. Meng Qi bobbled his jellyfish head and said, "The juniors are truly frightening, Pangu?" And Lin and Su Xiaolan's expressions immediately changed. Isn't Pangu the supreme being who created the Tai Chu universe? Right now, the Tai Chu universe had already been replaced by the Divine Mirror universe that Tina had created using the Divine Mirror Heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, the Tai Chu Heavenly Tao had completely fused into Lin's body, allowing him to become a peculiar existence. In an even more peculiar twist, Lin had relied on his own cultivation and the Tai Chu Heavenly Tao to become a transcendent being. However, Lin didn't say this. He was afraid that he might frighten the other transcendent beings. the heavenly Tao of a paramount universe. Even transcendent beings couldn't possibly obtain or fuse together with such a matter. This was analogous to how humans could create galactic space shuttles. However, for a human to fuse together with a galactic space shuttle, was this a fucking joke? In some sense, Lin had fulfilled the dream of all transcendent beings. He was in possession of the complete heavenly Tao of a paramount universe. If he were displeased with someone, he could directly unleash the power of the heavenly Tao to pummel them. Who wouldn't be afraid? Let's go. Let's head over to open some gates, Su Xiaolan said in eagerness. And Lin nodded in agreement. He held her warm and smooth hand as he walked along the path of truth. The truth was dazzling. Time was eternal and unhurried. And Lin and Su Xiaolan held hands as they walked down the path of truth together. Visions of the past flashed before their eyes. They had experienced many hardships, and they had also comprehended many truths of the world. At this moment, these experiences and comprehensions would become their strength to open the gates of truth. An ancient and eternal gate that forever existed at the pinnacle of truth towered before them. This was a profoundly mysterious gate. This was a gate that expounded all truth unto the transcendent beings, told the tale of all Tao. I'll go first. Su Xiaolan took a deep breath before stepping forward. She gazed at the towering gate before her. It was hazy and hidden, and it was as if this gate were both existent and non-existent for all eternity. It couldn't be sensed, and its form couldn't be described. Upon closer inspection, however, it was as if one could see their own experiences etched on this towering gate. Meng Qi, the Nine Forms Tao ancestor, and ruler by Luo observed her from afar. They didn't disturb her. How many gates of truth do you guys think she can open? Ruler by Luo asked in keen interest. Meng Qi pondered for a moment before saying, she attained transcendence by obtaining the dual essential powers of the true dragon and vermilion bird. This is unseen and unheard of in the history of transcendent beings. She's forged a new path, and she's also exceptional even among transcendent beings. As such, I feel like she can open at least 5 gates. The Nine Forms Tao ancestor immediately teased. Perhaps she can open 7 gates, one more than you. Impossible. Only transcendent beings who have created or destroyed a paramount universe can possess such understanding of truth. Possessing a dual essential power alone, it's simply impossible for her to achieve this, Meng Qi said with an animated expression. As they said this, the beautiful woman in jade had already opened the gate of truth that rested above countless universes. Countless truths funneled toward the woman in jade. Her aura became increasingly ethereal and transcendent. When the gate of truth vanished, Su Xiaolan had already obtained many truths. Her aura was as profound as the boundless universe, and her eyes were able to see through all matter. She could directly observe the essence of all matter. This still isn't enough, she murmured. She continued to walk forward. With a single step, it was as if she had traversed across an unimaginable expanse of the universe. It was as if she could traverse between past and present. The path of truth tremored as a second gate of truth materialized before her. She pushed the gate. The second gate of truth was also opened. There was almost no resistance at all. Immediately afterward, she opened the third gate and then the fourth gate. The 3 transcendent beings were stunned. The incredible speeds at which she was opening the gates. It was as if she were waltzing through her home. Sure enough, the 5th gate of truth also materialized. There were dragons and vermilion birds soaring above this gate, and they were radiating with auras that were formidable enough to suppress the heavens. Comprehending the essential powers of the true dragon and the vermilion bird, and then opening 5 gates of truth. She can already be considered as extremely outstanding, even among all of the transcendent beings, Meng Qi said with a nod. He caressed his head with his tentacles, and he continued with an expression of acknowledgement. However, she's still slightly inferior to me. I collapsed the void, and I transformed the entire paramount universe into a single peculiar point. It was through this that I attained transcendence and opened 6 gates in a single breath. Ruler by Luo huffed and said, you merely refined the small Hong Meng universe. If you're so impressive, Why don't you refine the great Hongmeng universe as well? Meng Qi was rendered speechless. Refine the great Hongmeng universe? If he were so powerful, should he open all 9 gates of truth to celebrate? The woman in jade opened the 5th gate of truth. Su Xiaolan officially became a high-rank transcendent being. Ha ha ha! Let's head over to congratulate the divine Phoenix Maiden. Huh? Why is she still walking forward? Gasp! Impossible! Perhaps. Lotuses of truth blossomed beneath Su Xiaolan's feet. Scenes of the past flashed before her eyes. That which I've lost, that which I've sacrificed, and that which I've obtained. A gate that possessed the truth of reincarnation started to materialize before Su Xiaolan. She opened the 6th gate of truth. However, that peculiar feeling was still extremely powerful. The woman in jade turned around, flashing a smile at the man in white. The 3 transcendent beings were only aware that she had transcended with 2 essential powers. However, they didn't know that. This was her 2nd time transcending. She had experienced the full cycle of life, starting from an infant and then becoming a young woman, and then finally an old lady. From the beginning until the end, however, there was always a man accompanying her, never leaving her or abandoning her. He always tried to cheer her up. While transcending, she had experienced a splendid feeling. This was a feeling of union between life and eternity. However, even such a feeling hadn't convinced her to leap toward transcendence. She had instead turned around to leap toward that man in white. She had chosen to stick with him through thick and thin. It was for that one person. It was for him that she had abandoned her first transcendence. Beneath this truth, and among all of the paramount universes, had anyone ever walked this path before? In any case, she had genuinely comprehended more truths than ordinary transcendent beings. As she smiled, her most sincere feelings materialized into the 7th gate of truth. The 3 transcendent beings were transfixed with shock and disbelief. As Su Xiaolan opened the 7th gate of truth, the entire path of truth started to tremor. Countless universes were offering their essence and fortune, which endlessly funneled into the woman's body. This was a sight that could astound the heavens. This was a sight that could astound countless powerful beings. The woman in jade opened her limpid yet profound eyes, and it was as if countless universes were being birthed and destroyed within them. She wanted to continue forward, yet she was forcefully stopped mid-step. It wasn't that she didn't want to continue. Rather, she couldn't continue any longer. She turned around to smile at the man in white. She poked her tongue out in slight embarrassment, saying in a slightly apologetic voice, "I'm sorry, I truly can't walk any further." A faint smile spread across Lin's face. He spread his arms and said, "No worries. Come back here." The 3 transcendent beings almost spat blood upon hearing this. He was actually consoling her? Could they still live? And Lin embraced Su Xiaolan and patted her head as he gently consoled her. The 3 transcendent beings didn't want to walk over to congratulate her anymore. "There are 9 gates in total, yet I only managed to open 7, Su Xiaolan said with an upset expression. "It's okay. Pangu only managed to open 7 gates of truth as well. No? You're already as powerful as Pangu," and Lin said with a smile. "As it turns out, Celestial Maiden Xiaolan is already powerful enough to rival Pangu." Sure enough, Su Xiaolan felt much better after hearing this. Su Xiaolan's voice was soft and gentle as she said, "Hubby, you should also hurry up and head over to open the gates of truth. You'll genuinely benefit a lot. My cultivation is a mess, so how can I possibly gain any benefits?" And Lin didn't hold any hope. Su Xiaolan gazed at him with a serious expression. She pursed her lips and said, "How is it a mess? My hubby is the best." The 3 transcendent beings had never witnessed Tao partners transcending at the same time. As they looked at Lin and Su Xiaolan interacting with each other, they felt as uncomfortable as could be. After a while, Lin finally started to walk toward his path of truth. As he walked along this path, it was as if each step would cover a boundless distance and countless tens of thousands of years. In fact, it was as if he could traverse between past and present. The 3 transcendent beings continued to secretly communicate among themselves. "Meng Qi, How many gates of truth do you think this paramount heavenly darkness God can open? It's hard to say. I can't see through him. Moreover, he said that he didn't have an essential power just then, so this is truly hard to speculate. However, to not have an essential power can't be a good thing. He's most likely an ordinary transcendent being. That being the case, he can only open 3 gates at most. Not necessarily. The 9 forms Tao ancestor said. He was far more thoughtful than Meng Qi, and he said in a solemn voice, "This man in white looks ordinary, yet at some instances, I felt an overwhelming and terrifying aura from him. It was as if I were facing a boundless paramount universe, one that couldn't be fathomed. Yes, he's incredibly powerful. He clearly hasn't opened any gate yet, but I can already sense an indomitable Tao surrounding his body." Ruler Bai Luo also came to his senses and he asked, "You're saying that he's concealing his true strength?" The 9 forms Tao ancestor shook his 9 heads and replied, "He isn't concealing anything, nor does he need to conceal anything. He looks especially weak, yet this is because he's returned to the fundamental state after mastering all else. It's this that is respectable." Upon hearing this, Meng Qi and Ruler Bai Luo finally understood what the 9 forms Tao ancestor was saying. And Lin looked extremely weak, yet he was actually incredibly powerful. However, he didn't need to tell them that he was incredibly powerful. Was this truly the case? Meng Qi and Ruler Bai Luo both remained skeptical. In reality, Lin felt like he was a weakling. He didn't feel powerful at all. Moreover, he had indeed been telling the truth just then. His cultivation was truly a mess. In fact, he was thankful to the heavens that he had even survived until now. To transcend was already a blessing that he had earned from 10,000 past lives. As such, how could he hope for more? He was a fake cultivator, and he had never experienced the true feeling of cultivating. As such, how could he have any confidence in opening these gates? Not only that, what was his Tao? What was his truth? And Lin fell silent. He was filled with nervousness as he took his first step. The path of truth tremored violently, with the light of chaos blooming in disarray. Beneath him, a myriad of universes all unleashed a tide of energy. This was a colossal storm. What in the world is happening? Heavens! Why is the path of truth shaking so violently? The expressions of the 3 transcendent beings changed drastically, and Lin was also dumbfounded. In the next moment, however, a towering gate of truth immediately materialized before him. This was an indescribably tall and indescribably wide gate. It was filled with an aura of age and eternity, and upon it was an engraving of Lin's Tao. And Lin naturally had his own Tao. It was just that others couldn't understand it. However, the gate of truth had sensed it, and it had gathered the essence of his Tao to form this magnificent gate of truth. Upon opening this gate of truth, he could obtain the truth as well as a boundless power. And Lin pushed the gate. The gate was incredibly heavy, and he was unable to open it even after exerting his full strength. Ugh! How is it so heavy? This gate doesn't seem right. And Lin continued to push the gate, yet to the transcendent being's surprise, the gate didn't budge at all. "There's nothing wrong with the gate. There's something wrong with you," Ruler Bai Luo exclaimed. "Opening the gate is actually very easy. One simply needs to walk forward and push. Indeed, it's summoning the gates of truth that's extremely difficult." The 9 forms Tao ancestor said. He was filled with confusion, and he continued, "How is it possible that he's summoned the gate of truth but can't open it?" And Lin was also filled with puzzlement as he listened to the transcendent being's remarks. Just as the transcendent beings were confused and astonished, he was also extremely puzzled. What in the world? He had initially thought that he was a weakling who could only open 1 or 2 gates. Now, however, he couldn't even open a single gate. What the hell? And Lin unleashed his full strength. Yet the gate of truth was like an eternally unmoving structure that was held in place by countless universes, with its roots embedded deep in the path of truth. It showed no signs of budging. He turned a pleading gaze to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was extremely anxious, and she shouted, "And Lin, hurry up and open it." "How should I open it?" And Lin asked. Just push it open like a normal door, Su Xiaolan replied. And Lin. Not only was he trying to push it open like a normal door, but he had even changed his stance 18 times. However, he was still unable to open the gate. This gate was like an aloof goddess, one who was closed off to him regardless of how hard he tried. He was feeling utter despair. Huff! This gate is definitely toxic, and Lin murmured in despair. He turned his gaze to Ruler by Luo and the others and asked, Say, can one still be considered as a transcendent being even if they failed to open a single gate of truth? The three transcendent beings were stumped by Lin's question. You're asking me? How should I know? I've never come across such a peculiar transcendent being either. I truly can't recall any transcendent being who's failed to open even a single gate. Ruler by Luo replied. Meng Qi nodded and said, Upon opening a gate of truth, the transcendent being can obtain the truths behind the gate. They can obtain the power of the paramount truth. Thus, if one doesn't even possess the power of truth, they can only be considered as a shell of a transcendent being. Right now, the Nine Forms Dao ancestor was still unable to regain his composure. He had initially thought that Lin was concealing his true strength. As it turned out, however, he was actually a weakling who couldn't even open a single gate of truth. And Lin's heart sank when he heard this. He could accept the result of only opening a single gate of truth. However, to not open a single gate of truth, he wasn't resigned to such a fate. Why? He had challenged heaven and earth, and he had reached the absolute pinnacle of the Taichu continent. He had gained the title of #1 battle god of the Taichu continent. In terms of combat capability, even his wife was beneath him. So, how was he unable to open even a single gate of truth? Flames of fighting spirit sparked in his eyes. He wasn't someone who gave up easily, and he wasn't someone who walked an ordinary path. Since the gate of truth won't open for me, I'll smash it open. And Lin's aura instantly changed. It was as if the Taichu universe were descending. A boundless and harrowing power started to ram at the gate of truth. The expressions of the three transcendent beings changed drastically. What is he trying to do? He's using brute force to ram the gate of truth? Has he gone mad? He's actually trying to open the gate of truth through brute force. The gates of truth are eternal and indestructible. How many years have passed? Yet they still remain flawless and unscathed. How can he ever hope to damage the gate of truth with brute force? Beware of suffering a backlash from the gate of truth. The transcendent beings were deeply astonished, and some of them called out to warn the man. Husband! Su Xiaolan exclaimed. She was also extremely anxious, and she hadn't imagined that Lin would actually resort to brute force. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, the man replied. He then unleashed a furious roar, causing the power of a paramount universe to materialize and descend. This power furiously rammed at the gate of truth. The three transcendent beings were stupefied. Attacking the gate of truth was called knowing what he was doing. Energy exploded with chaotic fury. The path of truth shook violently. Beneath them, swathes of stars died, and the entire universe started to shift. The man suddenly unleashed a paramount attack, causing the entire gate of truth to shudder. What incredible power! Meng Qi murmured in astonishment. At this moment, however, it was as if the gate of truth suddenly sensed a challenger. It started to ferociously counterattack. Bursts of devastating power of truth swarmed toward Lin. Lin unleashed his most profound divine abilities, summoning 108 divine beings to attack the truths in unison. However, the power of truths directly pierced through these divine beings before impaling themselves into the man. The man instantly vomited a mouthful of blood. His physical body was instantly obliterated by the power of truth. His internal organs were all shattered into oblivion. If the truth approved of a transcendent being, the transcendent being would then be able to wield the power of truth. This power would become the sharpest blade for the transcendent being. If the truth didn't approve of a transcendent being, however, it would become the most devastating destructive power. Let alone killing living beings, it could even annihilate nomological laws or entire worlds with ease. Lin! Su Xiaolan shouted. She immediately dashed toward the wounded man. "Don't come over. This is extremely important for me." And Lin shouted. Su Xiaolan forcefully stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were filled with concern. She was extremely anxious for Lin. However, she was more so willing to believe in him. Paramount Heavenly Darkness God. Hurry up and stop. The power of truth can erase all matter. If you don't open the gate of truth, you can never rival its power, Meng Qi said from afar. The gate of truth continued to shake. And Lin was drenched in blood, yet the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. Eat this. The aura of the Taichu continent started to rapidly spread. The aura of a paramount universe emanated from the man's body, and tens of thousands of different heavenly god powers appeared in unison. Among them, the 6 paramount heavenly god powers, the heavenly earth power, the heavenly heaven power, the heavenly life power, the heavenly sea power, the heavenly light power, and the heavenly darkness power all materialized to attach the gate of truth. What a petrifying aura! This is the power of a paramount heavenly Tao. Not only that, but it's even the most flawless and most powerful heavenly god power. Good heavens! He summoned an entire paramount universe. No, this is impossible. No one can do such a thing. Even transcendent beings can only create or destroy a paramount universe. They definitely can't carry it with them, much less wield its power. Meng Qi, ruler by Luo, and the 9 forms Tao ancestor were all stunned by what they saw. It was as if they had witnessed something inconceivable. In the next instant, the gate of truth started to violently shudder and shriek. 10,000 bursts of power of truth violently shot toward the man, yearning to erase his existence. The man roared in fury, unleashing his full power as he did so. The tens of thousands of heavenly god powers and the 6 paramount heavenly god powers carried with them the entire power of the Taichu universe as they mercilessly smashed into the gate of truth. Boom! This explosion. It sent a shockwave through all universes in existence. At the same time, it moved the entire path of truth. The 10,000 bursts of power of truth were bent and dispersed by the power of the Taichu universe. Boom! 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 Explosions continued to rock the gate of truth. Then, to the utter shock of the 3 transcendent beings, it started to rapidly collapse and crumble, transforming into a pile of broken rubble. What am I witnessing? The eternal and indestructible gate of truth has collapsed. No, this is definitely fake. How is this possible? At this moment, the entire worldview of the 3 transcendent beings was shaken to the core. However, this was only the beginning, and Lin dashed forward before picking up several broken pieces of the gate of truth. He then opened his mouth and chomped down on them. The 3 transcendent beings were utterly stupefied. Even Su Xiaolin covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise, "And Lin, what are you doing?" Upon opening the gate of truth, one can obtain the power of truth. However, I can't open it. As the saying goes, when God closes a door on you, He'll open another one for you. If I can't find this new door, then I have no option but to smash the old door. I speculate that these remains of the gate of truth contain the power of truth. So let me eat them and digest them first. As he spoke, and Lin continued to furiously eat the crumbled gate of truth. Su Xiaolan, the 3 transcendent beings. And Lin wasn't rashly ingesting the crumbled gate of truth. Instead, he was relying on the engulfing ability of his heavenly darkness power. He continued to furiously ingest and digest the crumbled gate of truth, and surprisingly, he actually managed to obtain the power of truth from it. He was able to perfectly fuse this power into his body. And Lin was ecstatic, and he immediately swallowed the entirety of the crumbled gate of truth. Not long ago, Meng Qi had said that he was only a shell of a transcendent being, and that he didn't possess the power and essence of a transcendent being. Now, however, and Lin had obtained the power of truth by forcefully engulfing the gate of truth. Boom! A profound power erupted within him. The path of truth quaked, and the countless universes beneath it shuddered. It was as if they were shaking in apprehension. Indeed, an indescribable being had appeared. The eyes of the 3 transcendent beings widened in shock as they stared at Lin, unblinking. Paramount heavenly darkness god. You actually ate the gate? What did it taste like? Will you be fine? Hearing the transcendent being's questions, Enlin smiled and said, it tasted as so. Anyhow, it's time for me to digest it. As he said this, he sat down to meditate. Enlin furiously digested the gate of truth. After heaven knows how many years, he finally stood back up. Enlin opened his eyes. His skin was jade-like, and his appearance was handsome and natural. He seemed no different from before. However, the three transcendent beings knew that the man before them was profoundly terrifying. He had already obtained the power of truth that he had been missing. Right now, he was a complete transcendent being. In fact, it could be said that he was a never-before-seen transcendent being. He was a transcendent being who couldn't be judged using past and present experiences. And Lin wanted to summon more gates of truth. However, the path of truth didn't respond to him anymore. Teske, am I being scorned? And Lin said with a shake of his head. Ruler by Luo grimaced, and he said, you're fortunate that the path of truth isn't killing you on the spot. And Lin smiled upon hearing this. His smile was filled with confidence, and he said, it doesn't have the power to kill me. The three transcendent beings fell silent. At this moment, a beautiful woman in jade suddenly launched a palm strike at the man. Tens of thousands of truths blossomed amid this palm, transforming into a profound and peerless light. A faint smile spread across Enlin's face as he extended a finger to tap on the pale and slender palm. Truth crumbled, and all matter evaporated into clouds and mists. A delighted smile spread across Su Xiaolan's face, and she said, hubby, you only ate a single gate, yet you've become more powerful than me, who opened 7 gates. The three transcendent beings felt dizzy with shock upon hearing this. Just who in the world are these people? He ate a single gate of truth, yet he can rival the power of someone who opened 7 gates of truth? If I knew this earlier, I would have also eaten a gate of truth. Of course, they could only dream about this. The gates of truth would only appear during the moment that they transcended. Even though the gates of truth for different people would be different, this didn't mean that they possessed the power to resist the backlash from the gates of truth. In any case, they weren't freakish enough to draw on the power of a paramount universe to destroy a gate of truth anyway. Only the man before them could accomplish such a freakish feat. Upon thinking of this, a hint of respect and apprehension appeared in the eyes of the three transcendent beings as they looked at Enlin. What could one obtain by forcefully ingesting a gate of truth? Perhaps only Enlin knew the answer to this. This extraordinary being, was his appearance a fortune or calamity for the transcendent beings? Just then, they had still been thinking that Enlin couldn't even open a single gate of truth, so he was about to become the weakest transcendent being in history. To their disbelief, however, he had suddenly unleashed a paramount power to obliterate the gate of truth. So be it if he had only destroyed the gate of truth. However, he had actually ingested the crumbled gate of truth. Moreover, by doing so, he had obtained more power than someone who had opened 7 gates of truth. And Lin's feat almost blinded the immortal eyes of the transcendent beings. Pwah! And Lin suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. What's wrong? Su Xiaolan exclaimed. Her expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly dashed over to support Enlin. At the same time, she injected her power into Enlin to observe his situation. Her face instantly became pale, and she said, there's an orb of power that's continuously attacking your essence? It's the power of truth, Enlin said with a smile. Sure enough, taking by force has led to a backlash. Then how can we deal with it? Su Xiaolan asked. She was a powerful and confident person, yet she couldn't help but feel stumped at this moment. Even though she had opened 7 gates of truth, she still couldn't come up with any method to deal with the current situation. She could only say in panic, how about you spit out the gate of truth that you ingested? A bitter smile appeared on Enlin's face, and he said, the gate of truth has already fused together with me. I can't remove it anymore. At this moment, Enlin and Su Xiaolan could only turn pleading gazes to the 3 transcendent beings. It was likely that these three beings had already enjoyed their position of transcendence for a very long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been playing board games on the path of truth out of boredom. Not taking into account other matters, their experience was definitely superior to Enlin's and Su Xiaolan's. The three transcendent beings took turns in examining Enlin's condition. After examining him, however, they all wore deep frowns. How is it? This, in terms of life essence, the paramount heavenly darkness god is already no different from ordinary transcendent beings. However, the power of truth is strangely trying to engulf its master. This is the first time that we've come across such a situation, Meng Qi said. And Lin smiled bitterly and said, by the looks of it, it's still unwilling to submit. Ruler Bai Luo pondered for a moment before saying, we're unable to help you. However, there is somewhere where you might find help. Where? Su Xiaolan hurriedly asked. In the Hongmeng universe, Ruler Bai Luo replied. Hongmeng universe? And Lin glanced at Meng Qi and continued, isn't that the paramount universe that you refined into a peculiar point? An expression of exasperation spread across Meng Qi's face, and he said, it's just a coincidence in naming. The Hongmeng universe that Ruler Bai Luo speaks of is a place that we transcendent beings yearn for yet fear. Why is that? Su Xiaolan asked. With his tens of thousands of tentacles, Meng Qi sent ripples through the vast and boundless sea of stars beneath them. Us transcendent beings have all transcended from paramount universes. We've walked the path of truth, and we've opened the gates of truth. By doing so, we've forged an indestructible body and obtained eternal life. Where in this boundless universe can't we go? Through the endless flow of time, who can threaten us? We're free and unshackled, and we can enjoy this limitless world to our heart's content. In fact, we can even use the universe as our go-board and use all living beings as our pieces. We're transcendent above all beings, and there's nothing we can't do. However, in the Hongmeng universe, Meng Qi glanced at Enlin and Su Xiaolan before saying in a solemn voice, we can also die. Enlin and Su Xiaolan were stunned upon hearing this. In reality, they had also developed a sense of omnipotence after reaching this level. It was as if they had grasped the entirety of the boundless universe. They were genuinely shocked when Meng Qi revealed that they could still die. As we all know, a single paramount universe can only contain a single transcendent being. Moreover, each paramount universe definitely has its own unique creator. However, in the Hongmeng universe, there are numerous transcendent beings coexisting at the same time. Moreover, this universe appears to have no master. Among all paramount universes, this universe seems to be a unique exception. In fact, it's extremely likely that it can't even be considered as a paramount universe. Instead, it's a mutated universe. The essence of a universe determines the peak achievement that the beings within it can reach. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? If you want to completely fuse together with the power of truth, you won't find an answer in the paramount universes. Only in the mysterious and profoundly dangerous Hongmeng universe will you have a chance to find the answer. And Lin and Su Xiaolan fell into deep thought. They understood Meng Qi's words. The mysterious Hongmeng universe, a universe that might contain many transcendent beings, a terrifying universe where even transcendent beings could be killed. This was indeed a universe that could hold many unimaginable secrets. It was unimaginable in nature, and it, therefore, represented countless possibilities. And Lin, let's go. Su Xiaolan wore a resolute expression as she tugged on Enlin's hand. But we've gone through so much effort to transcend, to charge into danger again. And Lin wore a guilty expression as he spoke. A gentle warmth fell into his arms. The woman in jade tightly embraced the man before her. If you're not well, then what's the point of me transcending? Her voice reverberated around the path of truth. Her voice warmed the heart of the man before her. Somewhere along the path of truth, the three transcendent beings pointed at a universe before them and said, that's the Hongmeng universe. And Lin and Su Xiaolan looked over. Sure enough, the Hongmeng universe was different from the other universes. The other universes were all filled with intertwining and complicated celestial systems. Meanwhile, the Hongmeng universe looked like a vast expanse of mist. As transcendent beings, they were surprisingly unable to clearly observe the situation of the Hongmeng universe. That's the Hongmeng universe, a universe that's filled with perilous dangers. It's the resting place of many powerful transcendent beings. A hint of fear flashed across Ruler Bai Luo's eyes as he said this. They possessed a limitless lifespan, and they possessed powers that were unrivaled in the paramount universes. They could enjoy many things, and it was because of this that they weren't willing to enter that kind of dangerous place. They didn't want to risk their lives. However, there were naturally those who were drawn by adventure and danger, or perhaps they yearned to reach an even higher level. Thus, many transcendent beings entered the Hongmeng universe, hoping to find a rare opportunity that belonged to them. "Let's enter." Su Xiaolin held onto Lin's hand and said. Her expression was resolute. "Emhem." And Lin nodded in reply. The two of them held hands as they drifted toward the Hongmeng universe. Their transcendent figures gradually descended into the Hongmeng universe. This was a journey through the universes, and Lin and Su Xiaolin both came across immense obstacles. If it weren't for their transcendent powers, the heavenly Tao power of the paramount universes would have instantly quashed them into nothingness. They traveled through countless barriers. Finally, they arrived in a vast and boundless universe. A limitless realm of stars appeared before them. Rumble. The heavenly Tao trembled violently, with its shockwaves slamming into their bodies. These were shockwaves that could easily annihilate God of Creation stage divine beings. However, it was such shockwaves that were easily swept aside by them. However, before they could even familiarize themselves with the environment of this universe, they were already engulfed in an intense and endless battle. This was a universal-level battle. Countless universal battleships were flying in formation, spitting out dazzling and terrifying columns of energy that pierced through the realm of stars. Countless powerful beings clashed in the void, with their paramount weapons colliding and shattering the surrounding space, causing countless bursts of dazzling energy to illuminate the entire universe. Mythological beasts soared through the sky, with their bodies so colossal that they could rival entire planets. With a single attack, they could obliterate an entire planet and destroy the hundreds of universal battleships upon it. There were also divine beings who unleashed their radiance, with their divine light so dazzling that it could pierce through the desolate universe. Their divine chants could more so shatter one's heart. Countless one-eyed and six-armed beings were reduced to ashes by the blinding light. Elsewhere, ethereal and transcendent immortals also drifted through space, with a single tap from their fingers being able to obliterate the mountains and evaporate the seas of a planet. Their destructive powers could instantly annihilate hundreds of millions of the one-eyed monsters. And Lin discovered that this was a colossal battle between the one-eyed, six-armed beings and the alliance of immortals and mythological beasts. Or perhaps this was a massacre of the one-eyed, six-armed beings by the immortals and mythological beasts. This was a celestial system that was ruled by the civilization and technology of the one-eyed monsters. There were countless one-eyed beings in this celestial system, and they were in possession of an extremely advanced civilization. At this moment, however, they were facing the most ferocious invasion. This was a universal-level battle, one in which the power of destruction was about to engulf the entire celestial system. There seemed to be two cultivators who accidentally entered over there. Teske, that woman is so beautiful. I like it. Ha ha ha. Entering the battleground of an immortal king without permission. Death. Teske. But there are also exceptions where we can capture them instead. He. Upon discovering the two dumbfounded cultivators, several powerful beings drew their devastating weapons. They chuckled coldly as they gazed at Lin and Su Xiaolin.